Hello and good evening. You'll have to let me know how the volume is because I dropped my phone in the bath. So I'm currently trying to do this from my tablet, which is shit. So I've got no idea what this volume is going to be like. So if I'm sounding like an alien or it's muffled or what have you, just let me know in the comments. Hiya, Kathy. How are you doing, darling? Can you hear me okay? Come on, Cooper, stop walking around. Come on. Yeah, I had a bit of a... Oh, thank you. That's great. Thanks, Kathy. Yeah, I was... such an idiot. I was having a bath earlier and I reached behind me. Hello, Lisa. Hiya, gorgeous. How are you? Hello, my love. Sounds like I'm underwater. No, my phone's underwater. It is currently sitting in a bag of rice. So I'm doing this off my tablet. So I've got absolutely no idea what it possibly sounded like. Yeah, I was just about to tell these people. I know you know this story, but I reached behind my head. I've got like a flat shelf thing behind the bath. And I usually put my phone on there and I'm listening to music or podcasts or what have you. And I reached behind myself to get my comb. Never done it before. Caught my phone and it did like a triple back somersault and landed in the bath. And although I got it out as quick as I could, it's a bit, yeah, the sound in it is a bit tragic. Ah, he's saying hello, beautiful people. Yes, everybody is beautiful. Hey, and something else I did as well. Do any of you use Snapchat? Because my friend she's been nagging at me to open Snapchat, and I did. And I mean, I don't know if I can be bothered with it. However, I found, because I'm not one of these for, people put filters on and little ears and noses and things and what have you. But I found one filter that does the cartoon you, and I quite like it. So I might have my cartoon me up next time I come on. So yeah, because I've had a bit of a stressful evening, I thought I will come on, have a little chat with people, see how we all are. Because I think KTA is doing a live later on. I think it's about midnight UK time. Are you not playing games, Porky? Now, Lisa, I need to ask, did you come in with an alt last night? And Kathy as well. It really does her nutting not talking. Well, no. Okay. Yeah, you're playing games with my head. No, the reason I've come on, you know, but hiya, Frida. How are you, gorgeous? Only because I'm probably hiya, Meadow. Hello, sweetheart. Lovely to see you. Oh, well, there's still right. Well, everybody came in with alts, Kathy, and Frida and Porky now. Well, it just turned into a debacle. It was hilarious. There were like half a dozen pork chops in. There was a fake kiss my axe. I didn't have a clue who anybody was, but there's still one alt that I don't know who it was because they went out of the chat and nobody owned up to it. Kathy, Frida, and Meadow, my favourite CFM people. Oh, there she's Mysterious Meadow. And well, Lisa, my favourite L person. There you go. Porky's giving you all little titles. Yeah, I realised today that I'm probably just for the next 4 weeks. Well, it's going to be 5 weeks actually, including this one. I'm going to be really busy. So, hello, Helen. Although I shouldn't be speaking to you, should I, after your cabbage in my head last night? You superstar. Yeah, I'm going to be really busy for the next 5 weeks. So it's nothing's wrong at all. So before any, because I know when people say they're not going to be getting online much, people start going, eh. Oh, and there the dog goes. Stop. Come here. Get on there. But I'm gonna have quite a lot going on for the next, well, I'd say 5 weeks. So I won't be getting online as much as I have been. It's only in the short term. I will try my best to get on at least once a week. Just to keep you all entertained and stop you from being bored. But that's why I've come on tonight, because I just thought, I might get on Thursday or Friday, probably Thursday when we come back from our little trip. But I am going to be really, really busy of an evening, just for the 4 weeks after that. So yeah, make the most. So I thought, I'll come on, we can have a bit of a chat. Oh, plugs in. Yay, my favourite H person is here too. Now, did anybody own up to who Phantom Felcher was? You know what I mean by busy? Doing things. Sorting shizzle and working. That's why I'm saying I'm going to not have as much time in the next few weeks to come on as much as I have been, but I will come on once a week. All right. Not just busy doing nothing. No, not busy doing nothing. So, yeah. Yes, Meadow. Somebody came in as the Phantom Felcher. Kiss, pot chop. Hope you will have a little bit of your trip. Well, I hope so too, but I'm hoping that this the weather's going to be all right, because it seems to be taking a turn for the worst. So the only video you may get might be us in the interior of a pub. I was going to say getting pleasantly pissed. However, Porky could drink his weight in vodka and still be sober, so it would just be me getting pleasantly pissed. Was that you, Meadow? Were you the Phantom Felcher? It won't be an OnlyFans video. No. It absolutely won't. Yeah. See, we thought you were one of the alts last night, Meadow, but we weren't sure. Oh, and I don't know if anybody saw the comments on last night's live, but Starlight had come in. I noticed Starlight in the comments while you were all having a bit of a, oh, here she goes again, Miss Mysterious Meadow. Yeah, Starlight had left a message saying like they don't normally come in. I was going to say she, but it might be a he. I really don't know. And they said that, everybody seemed like, they were really nice and chatty. So that was just a little a well done, you guys, because you were all in the interaction and everything is what making people come back. And they did say they don't normally join in the chat, but they wanted to join in last night. They were under the alt of boobies. So I said, yeah, come back on in, have a laugh anytime. Oh dear, you'll be looking all windswept again. Heathcliff and Kathy on the moors. Well, it won't be the moors this time, but I can't be more specific, Frida, because he still doesn't know where we're going. Oh, there's Starlight. I'm a she. See, Starlight also now has a blue cloak of power. I'm glad you've come back, chicken. It is only it's just a general chit chat, just because I was saying then that I'm going to be AWOL. Not 100% AWOL, but I'm not going to be online as much just for the next like 4 or 5 weeks, maybe once a week. So, but then normal service will be resumed after that. And plus, I dropped my my phone in the bath earlier, which was pants. So that's currently sitting in a bag of rice, hopefully drying out, because I think I knackered up the speaker. So I'm currently using my really crappy tablet. Anyway, it will be fine. So, what are we all doing for Valentine's Day? Has anybody got any plans? I know that Julia, well, if she's listening in, Julia's away for Valentine's. She's up at Carnforth, staying in a cabin. Oh, it's really nice to see you, Starlight. It is really nice to see you, and I'm glad you came back in. But like I said, it's because of these guys, because they're all such good fun. Even though last night, oh, and I don't know if the person is listening, but for the person who decided to send me on WhatsApp a screen recording of me having a meltdown on the live last night, thank you. I played it back and I was sitting here cringing and laughing at the same time. I didn't realise how whiny my voice sounded. No plans. I'll be all alone, but I don't care. Oh, and it's Helen's mother-in-law's birthday. Valentine plans always go wrong for me. Oh no! Cooper, stop it now, lad. In what way? Is it because things crop up and knacker them up, or I don't know, like, or do bookings go wrong or something, or do you have a fallout? A few years ago, my bestest friend sent me a text message. She'd just got married, and as she just got married, I just finished with my ex. So it was like my first Valentine's Day on my own for years. And I was like, I'm at a loose end. I've actually got nothing to do. I'm not going out for a meal. I'm doing nothing. And I texted her and said, oh, hope you have, your first Valentine's Day as a married couple goes lovely. And making a joke on the text message saying, don't worry about me. I'll be sitting here with my meal for one and me dog. And she sent me the reply back. She's like, oh, thanks, dude. And she went, oh, don't worry about being on your own for Valentine's Day. She went, nobody loves you for the other 364 fucking days of the year either. So, oh, last time we booked hotel, got single beds. Well, Kathy, that's not the end of the world, is it? Valentine's Day, you only need a single bed. Oh, nowhere to get a meal. Oh, no. I don't think I've had a Valentine's disaster. I can't think of any anyway. And how about yourself, Starlight? Have you got any plans? Will you be going round to Helen? Will you be going round to your mother-in-law's for a meal or something? Or even get her to. That's it. You should get her to cook you a romantic Valentine meal. Give her something to do. Kill two birds with one stone. Might treat the fella to a McDonald's. I like his style. You see, that might be all that Porky's getting. Oops. I might have let slip our plans for the evening. Just make sure that I haven't. So as I said, so nobody has got any idea who the Phantom Felcher was. And the other thing as well, some people are still under their alts in, when everybody reverted back last night. Well, some people are still under their alts. And I'm wondering if it's what Green Eyes had said, if you change your name more than, like, you're only allowed to change your name so many times in a month. Otherwise, you get stuck with your alt. That's happened to a couple of people. I only noticed it when that clip had been sent over to me. But yeah, I should actually upload that, and do it as a short, just to give you all a laugh, because like I said, she who shall remain nameless, who screen recorded it and sent it me just with a load of laughing faces, the bit that they started it off is me whining at Porky. And and I was really whining, going, I don't know, and I've got a twitchy eye and everything. I'm going to have a stroke. I sound absolutely pathetic. The bed was really high. When the hubby came over towards me, I felt like I was in the doctor's waiting for an internal. Well, I don't know. You could have done a bit of role play there, Kathy. A bit of, oh, doctor, come and give me a bit of an examination. But yeah, like you say, it feels like more you're on an examination bed. Maybe not. I don't know about the oh, sorry, that Sheila was in with loads of them. She was, but she wasn't the Phantom Felcher. And I don't know who. Yeah, that one was just because that was the one I was convinced was Porky, and then I thought it might have been, but it was spelt wrong. And then, not that I mean anybody else was, is illiterate, but I know Porky, if he had noticed he'd spelt it wrong, he'd have had to close the alt down and start it again. He wouldn't have had it with a spelling mistake in. So I thought, could it be who does typos? Cassius is a bugger for them, isn't he? But then oh no, Kathy, you couldn't. What, hear them with it being a Valentine's night, or were they just partying very loudly? I don't know how Sheila kept up with herself, or Helen. Hi, Paul. How are you today? Oh, you missed a giggle last night. We've got a new friend in as well, Paul. Starlight. She joined in last night. Yeah, all this lot changed the names. Oh gosh, it was funny. But I didn't find it funny towards the end, because I was being really spoiled because I didn't know who anybody was. How's your sister doing, Paul? Oh, Meadow. So it was you. See, it was Frida. Look, it was that bloody Meadow again. I flipping knew you'd be in there under an alt, you little sneak. You ended up bouncing on the bed making loud noises. It was a laugh. Oh, the thing is, sometimes that's all you can do, isn't it, Kathy? You make the best out of a bad situation. Oh, Paul, I'm sorry to hear that. I really am. Oh. Is she at home or is she in the hospital? Thing is though, Kathy, I'd be like that, or I'd be purposefully banging something on the wall like it was a headboard. Oh, for anybody who doesn't know, I think we all. Oh, she's at home. Well, I think everybody who's in here knows this, but Paul's sister is. She's had some quite bad news. She's been battling the dreaded big C for quite a while. And she's had some bad news recently. So if anybody prays or what have you, if you know, possibly spur a prayer and definitely some positive thoughts for Paul's sister, please. Hi, Green Eyes. How are you this morning? Mysterious Meadow. We didn't guess you the last time. Yeah, and we didn't bloody guess her this time either. Little sneaky bugger. Who is what, Green Eyes? Headboard was fixed to the wall, or we would have. Pork chop, Green Eyes. Good morning, sweetie. You're being very nice today, pork chop. Oh, will do. Prayers to Paul's sister. Oh, thank you, Green Eyes. Yeah, the more positive thoughts we can send away, the better. And obviously for Paul too, because it's a worrying time, isn't it, when you've got a relative that's not doing so well. Now, what time? Let me try and have a guess now. Is it 8 o'clock? 8 a.m. is it where you are, Green Eyes, or have I worked that out wrong again? No, you're welcome, Paul. You're welcome. You've just woke up, so you're shrill bogey-eyed. Well, I'm presuming shrill bogey-eyed means something like still bog-eyed, perhaps? I was just saying, Green Eyes, prior to you coming in, that just I've got a lot on over the next like 4 weeks or so. So I'll possibly, well, I know I'm not going to be online as much just in the short term. So I'm going to try and do one live a week. Just so I don't abandon you all, but it's just like I said, just in the short term. So that's why I've come on tonight. I thought we'll have a little bit of a nit-nat. I'll be offline for 4 days this week, just while we're away and doing other things, and then I'll probably just be once a week until round about the end of March. No, my kiss, what am I going to do? You can give us a ring. I can still take phone calls. Is this just after you've just told me to fuck off? Thank you. How charming is that? Oh, thanks for that, Kathy. Much love and prayers for Paul. Yeah, you see, it is true. Oh, thank you, Frida. But I'll still be coming on. It's just literally I'm going to be swamped. So, well, actually, Green Eyes, you see, here's an opportunity for somebody, because there is a thing on StreamYard that I only just noticed, and I can make somebody. Oh, enjoy your cig. Have one for me, Kathy, while I'll have a drag on my vape. I can make somebody a co-host. So, if any of you want to have a general chit chat and feel like hosting, I can make you a co-host. So let me know. And, you can still, if there's nothing going on any of the other channels and you all want a bit of a get together, you can do it via mine. So look, offer is there. I think you should start hosting, Green Eyes. I would have offered it to Helen Happy Thoughts. However, she just pissed on her chips last night. Coming in as bloody pork chop. I don't know. I was convinced it was I was convinced that was Tisby Denny though, so I must admit you were very, very well played. I'll tell you who surprised me though, Anne Westwood. Sneaky little devil. And she came in as one of the pork chops as well, didn't she? Oh, has Frida got a new pickup? Let's have a look. You wouldn't be useless at all. Oh, it is a lovely picture, Frida. I hadn't noticed that until Paul mentioned it. Because I was looking at my tablet, so I've put it up onto the screen. Well, you know, well, the offer's there for somebody anyway, just in case you want it. But, you know, or Frida and anybody, because you're all good uns. I'd be like a twat waffle. Would you, Ekaz? Anyway. Oh, God, Paul, that's a new pic, more recent, taken at Christmas. It's very nice. You do take a good photo, though, don't you, Frida? In fact, I think you all do. I think I know that Bam used to make that comment a while ago about her, you know, all the chat, saying that, you know, she had the best looking chat. Well, I think we do as well, because obviously we're all the same subs. So there you go. I think they're the two channels of beautiful people. Hey, are any of you going into KTAs later on? I think it's going to be about 10 a.m. your time, Green Eyes. It's going to be midnight here. I'll probably miss it because I do need to. I need to have a good night's sleep tonight because I've got loads of stuff to do tomorrow. Kelly the Advocate, Green Eyes. She's apparently doing a clapback on Dirty D. You're right, Green Eyes. It is lovely. Like I said, she takes a very good photo, does Frida? You all do, though. Oh, you could do if there's anything that if there's anything of interest. Dirty D indeed. Oh well, Paul, last night the names that these lot had, there was Dots, what was it? Dirty Dildo. There was, what was Helen Happy Thoughts? Oh God, what was the name that she'd come up with? Lady Witch was Dot's Dusty Clanger. Hiya, Paula. Hey guys, listening but multitasking, so won't be able to comment. Not a problem. I was like that this morning, because I was talking on the phone to Porky for about 4 hours flat out. So I was just listening in. Yeah, and then I think I'll record it, and send it WhatsApp to me. Dorothy's, yeah, flange. And then no, oh no, Helen Happy Thoughts was was it Stinky Clunge or something? I think it was definitely Clunge was in there. Oh yeah, Frida's just telling you there, Paul. She was the Phantom Manic Butt Spanker. Pork Chop came in as himself. Then he came in as the Phantom Flange Flinger. And then he came in as me. So there was a fake Kiss My Axe in the flipping chat. I've disappeared. Oh, it's my stupid. I was looking for you dumb, you stupid feck. I was looking at my phone thinking, at my tablet, and I'm thinking, well, that's all right. And I can still see myself on the telly. What's gone on? Oh, Paul, it was a mess. It was a mess. Sheila had about, God, did she have about 7 or 8 alts? Oh, the names that were on, they were killing me. Starlight had come in as Boobies. Meadow, that we've just found out, came in as Phantom Felcher. Because she keeps getting us, that one. Julia was the Phantom. Was she the Phantom Fondler, wasn't she, I think? I was Scary Scottish Growler. What do you think the topic should be for the next incognito evening? Because it was quite funny. Well, it's quite funny when I'm not the butt of the joke. When I am the butt of the joke, then I have a complete meltdown, as you all witnessed. Cassius was the blur tit stiffies. Cold out there, but at least the wind's dropped. Oh, has it? Oh, Green Eyes, anything I can use a dildo. We don't want to know about your private activities, Green Eyes. Thank you very much. I just wondered what all this. That was funny. You stood on mine. That was it. Yeah, she had the stud on my nipple, didn't she? Oh yes, we do, Green Eyes. Because I thought that was Lady Witch or Sid. No, Lady Witch was. I don't think Sid had come in. Lady Witch was Dot's Dusty Clanger. You see, I wanted to start pulling everybody up, going, these are supposed to be scary names, ghosts and ghoulies. And then I thought, you know what? I'll get outvoted anyway. Just let you all crack on. Were you the stinky clunge, Helen? I'm kind of forgetting who was who now. But yeah, I was convinced. Yeah, there you go then, Paul. Helen, happy thoughts. Lovely Helen, who looks so innocent, who sounds so innocent, was a stinky clunge last night. So, well, what do you think? What's going to be the next topic? I know that Green Eyes wants to use something with a dildo. Maybe. Let me have a think. What could we do it on? Food, Vikings, maybe Viking food. Hey, maybe we should have a Viking feast, an incognito Viking feast. Hello, stinky ghost fart. You did, Green Eyes. It was like an incognito clapback, wasn't it? Viking dildos. The Viking Horn of Plenty, I think it's called. Maybe that's a nickname I should give to Porky. The Horn of Plenty. Paul, I woke last night at 1 a.m. and Bam was on. I said hi and fell back asleep. And toot toot. Yeah, well, it's awful, isn't it, when you wake up suddenly like that? I did it in the week, Paul, and I woke up at it's about 10 to 3 in the morning, and the podcast was like they'd just come live. So I went in there to have a listen. It's the one that Danny After Dark co-hosts on. So I nipped into that, but it was so funny because I went in and I just said hi. Danny had just started to, so I just put hi in the chat. Danny just started talking, doing her bit on the Charles Manson case, stopped midway through and was going, "Oh my God, hi, what are you doing up?" And the guy whose channel it is like kind of looking a little bit because they're all on camera. And Danny just went, give her a wrench. And he's like, what? Give her a wrench. So my first hello on the podcast, and I've got a wrench. But yeah, I didn't manage to catch the very end of it that night, but really interesting channel though. Very interesting. You woke up yesterday to Dogman Live. Oh, did you? Which one was it? Was it Marvin Allen's? Because I know he had a live going, didn't he? I think that was scheduled for midnight our time, I think. Viking Feast sounds good, unusual. Well, what did you think of his voice, Green Eyes? He's the black guy, Marvin Allen. It's just the way he says Dugman. Dugman. He's great to listen to. Yeah, maybe we should have a Viking Feast then. Because we could talk about Viking food. Ah, there you go. Right, how about this then? We could do a Viking Feast. So, Viking Feast can nibble on some nuts. Well, yes, only when they're in season though, Green Eyes, don't forget. You know, there were no supermarket way back when to just run out to and grab yourself a packet of peanuts. Oh, speaking of which, I nipped into Asda before. I had to pick a few bits and pieces up. And I was walking down the snack hubbies away though. Yeah. Walking down the snack aisle. I don't eat nuts, but I noticed there were like loads of different types of peanuts and things. And one of them, they've got these. They was called very hot habanero chili nuts. You'll be fat, roast hog, dirty dog, Kathy. Yeah. Don't know much about Viking food. To be fair, Frida, it's mainly roasts, isn't it? You know, things like that, roasted chickens, roasted pigs and goats and cattle and all the rest of it. So we could just have a bit of a natter. In fact, what I could do then, if we're having a Viking feast, yeah, we could talk about food, but what we could do is treat it like a Viking feast. So you lot could be as daft as you want with the names. So you could do the incognito thing again. And I could be the skald who can tell the stories. You know, if you had a feast, there was always storytelling in it. So your skald would tell the tales or tell a legend or, you know, some form of a like singing the songs which weren't actually songs. Now those are hot nuts, habanero. Oh, now I can't say that because I don't speak Spanish, so please forgive me. Habanero es muy caliente, maybe. Pig on a stick. Pig snacks. Does she actually realise how much she's hated? The thing is, though, oh, was that not so bad? Oh, Joe, thank you. Well, here's a little thing for you. My sister, because she's got 3 daughters, and the first 2, their father, he's deceased. So her first 2 daughters, their father, he was, although he was born in this country, his family were all Spanish. So, and the 2, oh gosh, they're so beautiful. The eldest of her 2 daughters, Danielle, looks Spanish. You know, she looks as Spanish as they come. The beautiful dark eyes and the dark hair, and pale skin. And then Lauren is same skin colouring, brown eyes, but she's got the most beautiful reddish colour to her hair. But it's not ginger red; it's kind of a foxy Albany looking colour. It's really, really nice. But yeah, they both speak, because obviously he used to speak Spanish to them all the time. So, but it's never been my forte. Having said that, though, I did go to school with a Spanish girl. Her family came over to the UK from, I think they were from, got to try and think now, they're from, I'm going to say Madrid. I'm sure they were from Madrid. And she learned English by watching the television, because her parents didn't speak any English when they came over. And she learnt to speak English on the telly, and her name was Pilar, and we used to call her Pilar Gomez, because that was how it was spelled. And she was the one who told me that the Z is pronounced like TH, because she was saying, no, it's Gomez. And I was like, oh, right, okay. So I don't know if that's the same pronunciation, the Mexican pronunciation. Frida, love nuts, all types, pistachios, dried, roasted, cashews. I'm not a lover. The only ones, I don't like to eat nuts, but I do like the taste of hazelnuts. So, Nutella, give me that all day long. And, the Kinder Bueno as well. Yeah, I have enough trouble speaking English, Kathy. I struggle a lot. Yeah, I always think the Spanish language sounds so nice. Well, here, Paul, I've got a riddle for you. If 2 nuts on your chest are called chestnuts, and 2 nuts on a wall are called walnuts, what do you call 2 nuts on your chin? Oh, my youngest sister has that auburn hair. Mine was black-brown. Long hair to our butts. The Spaniards pronounce the Z as th. So do you do that in Mexico? Is that the same? Because I never know if there's a slight variation. Yeah, Paul, a mistake. Yeah, Kathy's sloppy eater. There was well, actually, yeah, it would be a mistake if it was you, Paul, wouldn't it, love? Maybe I should have thrown that out to the ladies in chat. Sorry, the heterosexual ladies in chat. Green has a mouth full of yes. The number of people, the correct answer should be blowjob. But the number of people, when you're asking them that, and you go, if 2 nuts on a wall are walnuts and 2 nuts on your chest are chestnuts, what are 2 nuts on your chin? And they go, chin nuts. And they don't even think about what they're saying. I'm going to highlight that just to show people what a dirty mare you are. Right, so I've made the... See, I can be polite. Yeah, but why? Why be polite? There's no need. Right, so I've made my decision then. So the next incognito night that we do, it's going to be Viking feast night. So we can talk a little bit about in between laughing at all the names and me having a breakdown again. You should have just said cock. You should have green eyes. Yeah, so dick. Now that's a more polite, a tallywhacker. You could have said tallywhacker. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. We'll do a Viking feast night, incognito. I can talk a little bit about, the formalities or the order of ceremonies at a Viking feast. Maybe tell a tale or two. I could be the channel skald and let you lot just drive me demented. Spaniards and Mexican have a different way of pronouncing words. It's noticeable once you hear it. I guess then it's a bit similar to the way that the Celts speak Gaelic or Gaelic differently, because the Irish and the Scots, it's different. It's similar but different. Just going to call you Molly Meltdown from now on. Oh no. Oh, it was yeah. But the thing is, it was just the chat was going so bad. I think because I was getting a little bit of a migraine, and then when my eyes started twitching, the King of Spain had a lisp. Did he, Paul? Fruit kiss. That would be interesting about the Viking food. Right, well, we'll do that then, so we can have a little bit of history, a little bit of facts, and a little bit of fun. How's that, grab you all? Viking feast night. Frida, where's your shield gone? Speaking of which. Ah, do you think that's why the Z then was a th instead of z? Maybe if that's how he couldn't pronounce it, maybe. Porky and I were having quite an interesting conversation this morning. There's a lady who has a cooking channel, Mexican Asian. She's fantastic. Oh, that sounds quite interesting. Hang on a second. Cooper, stop it now. We're not having none of this shit. Come on, get up and lie down. Aunt from Spain sounded like she had a lisp. Well, that was it. When Pilar was telling me how I was to pronounce her name, and she was saying, it's not Gomez, it's Gomez. And I genuinely thought it was like, oh, maybe she just didn't learn how to speak English properly. Being ignorant and a bit of a kid at school, because I didn't realise. But it's like a lot of letters and things are pronounced differently in different languages. If you look at, well, I'll use Norwegian, for example. An A isn't pronounced as an A. If you, Simple Mama Cooks. Oh, there we go. Everybody, Green Eyes has just dropped a link in for that channel she just mentioned. So, Mexican Asian cookery channel. My favorite cookery channel is What's for Tea. I don't know about Mexican food. I genuinely don't know enough. I mean, I buy those, the El Paso boxes that you can make it, they have the spices in and the like you can do tacos or fajitas or what have you. But and God, everybody makes a chili, don't they? But it's not a food that I know a lot about. Oh, so you do a lot off there, do you? All right, okay. Cooper back a lot. To be honest, Paul, he's really weird. This is something else I was talking about to Porky this morning. He barks if these cottages have got very thin walls. When I'm sitting here on my own, especially at night, he does it. If he hears somebody outside in the street, because I live in a little cobbled street, it's only a tiny little street, because these are all old mill worker cottages. If he hears somebody going down the cobbles in front of my house, he goes on alert and he barks. He does bark at the ceiling, but obviously we think we've got a demon in this house. Because when I was on the phone to Porky this morning, and he was saying, "What is that dog barking?" And I said, "It's next door." Next door's dog they left him alone, and he doesn't do well. He's got a bit of separation anxiety, so he was barking his head off. Well, Cooper ignores him, but I did say to Porky that if I'm not in the house, doesn't matter what's going on outside, he doesn't make a peep. He's chilled out. He just feels like he has to protect. But it's not just me. He kind of does the whole protecting with Porky thing as well. But yeah, apart from that, so no, he's not. It's only when he hears things. Oh, and the other thing as well, he does bark when he wants to go for a WALK. I bought a heap of dried chilies. John needed. Oh God, he didn't, did he? Did he not know there was that much going to go into it? Every day is Mexican food day here. Do you know, though, every time I think about Mexican food, because it always sounds so nice, you know, when you were telling us when you were making, was it empanadas, was it, that you were making? I probably got that wrong, haven't I? You were making something at Christmas with your family, Joe. And it just sounded, it sounded so nice when you were describing to me what it was. He said he wanted it extra hot. My goodness. Listen, Porky's eating a fowl curry. Can you believe that? And didn't even have to have like drinks of water or anything. He said, dried chilies. Oh, making tamales. That was it. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. But so they sounded delicious when you were describing what they were. They sounded amazing. But whenever anybody mentions Mexican food, even though I don't think it was Mexican, I think it was Brazilian. Do you remember on Bridesmaids, the place that gave them all the shits? And it's the first thing that comes into my brain. And I always think, was that a Mexican place or a Brazilian place? Either way, they all got the shits. And then I start laughing. Oh yeah, but do you know that is something that I do want to do in here one night though. Green eyes, have like a you know, where we can all swap recipes one night. We can just do a little bit of a share and, you know, either a share and tell or something. Everybody come in and share a nice recipe. I was going. Oh, you said you were going to try Porky's lasagna, didn't you? My favourite scene. She was shit in the street in the way. That was it. It's just you've just shit. You've just shit in the street, haven't you? No one has sent you recipes from Bams yet. You've got mine though, haven't you, Green Eyes? Because I sent it directly to Bam, to her email, my cheese and onion pie, which sounds boring, but it's actually not. I think it's the bit that makes me laugh the most, Joe, is when Melissa McCarthy is sitting in the toilet, in the sink, just going, look away, look away. Oh right. Oh well, do you know what? I'll email it to you then, because I did email it to Bam and she got it because she sent me a thank you back. So oh, okay, right. Well, if she's mislaid it or what have you, just give me a shout and I'll just cut and paste it off the email and I'll WhatsApp it over to you. Because I'd sent that recipe to Nuff Nuff because she said she was going to have a try of it. And in fact, although he's gaming, so he's probably just listening with one ear open, but I made it for Porky, and now he'd said that cheese and onion pie would not have been, you know, because I'd said, oh, do you like cheese and onion pie? He went, well, it wouldn't be my first choice, but he had some, and he did tell me that, well, yeah, let's just say I scored a lot of brownie points, I think, with that one. But he does like me curry pie. I made him a vindaloo pie, and he did enjoy that. Oh yeah, Frida sent Bam her Irish soda bread recipe as well. Ah, Green Eyes is saying, hey Pocky, I miss you. He's gonna actually, while he's not obviously around, he'll I think he's gonna have a bit of a shock tomorrow when he sees me. I had ages and ages and ages ago, I put a colour on my hair, and it was only one of those toner things, but it was darker. I just wanted to tone like my colour down a little bit. I just didn't want to be blonde, heady looking, and it kind of, well, it didn't take wrong. It was me. I put it on shit. So the top half of my head was darker, and it never really washed out. So, oh, hang on. Hiya, Kiss. Hiya, chat. Late again. Got my photocopied note. It's okay, Cassius. We're not going to tell you off tonight. It's free and easy night. It's just general shizzle chat. Yeah, so I'd put this toner on, and my hair, for some reason, it's very porous. My hair's very thick, but it soaks up colour. You know, over the years when I dyed my hair different colours, and I spent a long time dyeing my hair very dark brown, and eventually went back to my own colour. And so I'd put this kind of toner on, and I did it. God, let me have a think now. I probably did it about May. Like, it was during lockdown anyway, but I did it last year. I was just bored, and I was following all these cut your own hair tutorials online. So anyway, it kind of altered the colour of my hair, and I left it because it looked like I'd had a bit of a weird looking ombre. So the upper part of my hair was kind of a darker blonde than the very tips. And again, it was down to me putting it on shit, but it never washed out. It was one of these that was supposed to last for 6 to 8 washes. Well, it didn't. It's still in nearly a year on. And when I was shopping before, and I was, like I said, I was walking around the aisles, just, you know, seeing all the things that I didn't really need to buy. And I saw this thing, and it was called a colour remover. So if you've, yeah, but Green Eyes, you want to see it now. So I put this colour remover on my hair because I thought, I wonder if this will get out this dark blonde colour. Well, it has. I'm back to my natural light or lighter colour. So I think Porky will get a little bit of a, oh, heck, what have you done tomorrow? First time I've used one of those, so I wasn't sure how it would come out. Lines done. I remember in primary school it was 100 lines or the belt. Is that a trick question? Belt, please. Really? Oh, so you've used them before? They stink though, don't they? My hair's just got even though I've washed it and then I've conditioned it, my hair's got a bit of an aroma to it. Can I get mine to the blonde stage? Too much red in it. So is your natural hair colour blonde then, Green Eyes, like mine? Yeah, it's hanging, isn't it? Oh, the teacher couldn't hit you hard. Oh, I remember my primary school teacher, and it was really funny, right? It was only a little school, little village school, and at playtime, you know, when they rang the bell for you to all come in, it was a handbell. They used to stand at the top of the stairs ringing this handbell, and you'd then have to line up. And if you either weren't in the lines, so you lined up in your classes, and if you weren't in the line, by the time the teacher had stopped ringing the bell, you know, somebody dawdling away, or if you were talking in the line, well, she used to stand. So we were all in the playground, and there were about 10 steps up, and she'd be there. Well, you got sent to the top of the steps. This was the thing, you were sent to the top of the steps, and you dreaded it if it was Mrs. Winstanley, because she would smack you on the back of your legs. And fucking hell. Fucking hell. She would leave marks on your leg that would last for a week, and you hated it. You didn't bother if it was the other teachers, because they'd just tell you off or give you lines, but Mrs. Winstanley used to come along and rattle everybody's legs. I mean, God, the old bitch would have got carted off by now for child abuse. Because we'll go with your lovely green eyes. Well, that's the thing. Well, thank you, Frida. But the funny thing is, my eyes are a weird colour, as you can see on there. So they're actually, they are green. They're on my passport as green. But depending what I'm wearing, they look blue. They're not like, they're like a bluey green colour. Now, Porky has got beautiful green eyes, like real Irish eyes, I call them, very green. You know, they couldn't be mistaken for any other colour. Sounds sore as fuck on your legs. Cassius, especially if it was bloody freezing. Oh, God, here she goes again, miss. I forgot to mute this one. That's my email alerts coming through. I forget because my tablet is linked up to my phone, so I get my email alerts coming through on that as well. My hubby went to a boys' school where the teachers were all ex-prison teachers. They used to take them in a cupboard and beat the shit out of them. No. Fucking headmaster was a bit different. He had 3 belts. Oh, no. Stop. Oh, God, the dog's off. Stop it. You're being naughty. You're being naughty. Come on, lie down. Be a good boy. Be a good boy. Yeah, no joke. All would be locked up now. Well, Porky was telling me that when he was at school, there was one teacher, because he knew that he smoked, he'd say to him, like, I forget how he said it. It was something like he had a job for him, or he wanted a word with him or something. And he'd go in there's like a little storeroom or something off the classroom, and he'd go in there with Porky and bum a fag off him. So he'd let Porky and him would have a fag, and then they'd go back in the classroom. Oh, do they, Frida? Right, because I was thinking they look a little bit bluey on that. Your hair's due for a trim. It's about 2 inches now. I have cut some more off my hair, though. I think it's... Well, the back of it is quite long. Yeah, the back of it goes to just below my waist, but it's kind of in a point, so it's below my boobies anyway. More or less waist length, mine. The problem is, though, my hair goes exactly where you point it. So my old hairdresser, she gave up, but she used to say she loves styling my hair. You know, if I'd been in to have a cut or what have you, because she said your hair goes exactly where you want it to. She said you'd be ideal for, you know, when they had to do styles for these hairdressing, you know, when they wanted I don't mean model as in for me face, but a hair model. she used to say, you know, we need you as a model when we do these competitions, because wherever you style your hair, it goes exactly where you put it. But the only problem is, if I put a hat on, it you know, you get some people and they'll put a hat on the hair and then they take the hat off and they just shake the head and the hair goes back to where it was. Mine doesn't. It sticks. It's proper helmet hair. Joe, we had an English teacher that threw plastic fruit at us. Oh, grey cranky pants. Oh, no. I just can't have long hair with being tiny. I look like one of the Hair Bear bunch. Yeah, welcome to my world, Green Eyes. I look like Cousin It. Oh, blackboard wipers. Well, Green Eyes, I heard from somebody who, when I first started working, there was a bloke there and he went, well, we were talking about families, what have you, and he said, he said, your uncle, he said, he used to teach it, and he gave the name of the school. I went, yeah. He said, don't be offended. He said, he was a bastard. He said, if you were talking in his class, because he was a history teacher, my uncle, he'd throw a piece of chalk at you. And if you missed with the chalk, he said, or you carried on talking, he said, the board duster would follow. So apparently he'd had a few bounced off his head over the years. Did make me laugh, because I only saw my uncle as being like nice, placid Uncle John. But no, apparently he was a bit of a tyrant in the classroom. Please give this a... Oh, thank you, Frida. Oh, it's fine, Green Eyes. It doesn't matter. It's just nice coming and having a bit of a chit chat. Hiya, Danny. I've just been, well, a little while ago, I was talking about your, what's it called? Your podcast live the other night. So I was telling him it was good, but I did fall asleep just before the end of it. Hi, Rain Dancer. How are you? Hope you're all well. It's, yeah, I've not got any topic tonight. It's just a general chit chat because I'm going to be off. I'm going to be offline for a few days, so I thought I'll catch up with you all now. Even though we had a full live last night. School up the road, we'd play the janitor. Was a mad bastard. He'd throw big set of keys at you for playing football. Oh, they got away with loads, didn't they? My grandson does everything for school on his iPad now. Wouldn't know what a blackboard is. Yeah. Give us the name of the Manson channel. I lost it. It's the Paulcast, Green Eyes. I mean, I don't know if unless Danny has it to hand. Really nice crowd. I'm very interesting, and I did nod off just before the end. I didn't, because it was 3 o'clock in the morning here when I was watching it. But it was very, very interesting. No problem, Green Eyes. Have you, Green Eyes, have you listened to any of Danny's uploads? And obviously everybody else in chat as well. Oh, thanks so much, Danny. I'm really bossy, aren't I? So anybody, you know, the new members who are in, Danny After Dark, it's a really good channel. Let's have a look. Subbed, brilliant. Yeah, so anybody who likes true crime, Danny After Dark's channel, really good. And then the Paulcast, Danny's one of the panel members on there, and they cover the Charles Manson case. Yeah, no problem, Rain Dancer. Yeah, Diana Zamora, yes. I'm trying to work my way through them, so don't take this the wrong way, Danny, but I listen to yours when I'm in bed, you know, just before I'm going to go to sleep, because things sink in better with me. So I'm learning loads from watching you. Oh, thank you. There's the link. Danny's just posted it. Feel free to post your own as well, Danny. You know, I keep giving you a shout out. So yeah, people like Julia, Rain Dancer, Liz if she's here, and Starlight as well. If you're into true crime, the link that Danny After Dark has just posted, she's a co-host on that one, and then she also has her own channel. But yeah, they're very, very informative. She is, isn't she, Green Eyes? She. Oh, do you know my nan would have said to me, who's she, the cat's mother? She'd get really annoyed if I used to call anybody she. Sorry. Yes, Danny is great at narrating. Frida says, no, but I will have a listen to Danny. Yeah, oh, brilliant, Danny, thank you. Oh, well, there you go, Frida. Danny's going to drop her link. Really good stuff, really good content. Because I think Nuff went over and subbed the other day. And oh, there's Danny's link. Yeah, I'll highlight that and stick it on the screen. But yeah, thoroughly recommend that channel. But yeah, I'm still fascinated with the Ed Gein thing. No, you're absolutely welcome, Danny. You're very welcome. And as I said, we've had a few members over the last week. So I'll just keep plugging the channels. Same as I keep plugging Porkies. Oh, I've not done it tonight, have I not? Oh, flipping heck. Oh, I'm sure he won't mind. Is that a little knife emoji that you've put on there after you? Thank you. It's like me. I used to put axes after everything and people thought I was threatening violence. We were saying, Danny, a little earlier, because we had another incognito night last night, which just went... yeah, it's good, isn't it? Green Eyes, that Ed Gein one. I really enjoyed that. Things I didn't know. It's, I think what it is, what I like about Danny's uploads are, it's the detail, isn't it? So that's what I really like, because I'm very haphazard. But yes, we're going to do, I did a couple of ghost stories last night. And these all really enjoyed doing the incognito thing. So I'm going to be offline for 4 or 5 days. So the next live I do will either be Thursday or Friday. And we're going to do a Viking feast night. So obviously you can all eat your own food in your own homes. We're going to do an ancient Viking feast. I'm going to be the Skald who will tell legends or stories, or, you know, sing the songs of the heroes, which doesn't mean singing, it's just basically storytelling. And these guys are going to be incognito. So it'll oh yeah, Cassie's, because you missed that bit as well. So yeah, we're going to do that Viking feast night. We can talk about food as well if you like, because it's a feast. Welcome back, Rain Dancer. Yeah, I think it's just something a bit different, isn't it, Cassie? Is keep it, you know, a little bit mixed up. Starting to read about the Charles murder, Cassius, but decided to wait till daylight as it freaked me out a bit. Oh, what's that, Green Eyes? Oh, your Wi-Fi is skipping. Have you got storms over there, Rain Dancer? You see, is it now Washington State? That is, so that's northwest, isn't it? Because you live not far from mine. Do you remember when I was telling you about the friend of mine from school who married an American girl and went to live out there? Alicia McPhail, Island, or the Isle of Bute. Oh no, my cousin lives on Bute. So I'll say no more about that. Okay, mate, have you heard of the Slender Man and the attempted murder that happened with that? Yes, I have, Danny. Have you covered that one? They were the three girls, the three young girls who were friends, weren't they? Oh, was she? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. There was well, as I said, I have a relative who lives there who knew all about it, and obviously the person who did it. But yeah, I haven't covered that case yet. Someone suggested I do it though. I would, Danny. It was very interesting. I watched a documentary on that because I remember seeing Danny watched that a few weeks ago. Yeah, it's. I remember seeing the court, the trial. You know, and you see one of that young girl who was a little bit. I think she was a bit simple, wasn't she? Just looking like a well, yeah, like a little child. You know, just not saying anything, and yeah, it was very very strange. I caught the little shit on Facebook on the trampoline. Um, remember it back then. It's heartbreaking. Yeah, that would be a really good one. I was saying earlier, she looks so, so young. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I definitely would do that, Danny. I tell you the other one. But again, it's when it's the child murders, the Cherish Periwinkle murder. And that what was his name? Was it Ronald Smith, was it? The fella who murdered that little girl. And because I watched that, I happened to come across that as it was unfolding. So I watched his trial and was listening to the recordings of him in prison and, the child's mother and everything. But yeah, it was a very, very disturbing case. Do you only cover American cases, Danny? Yeah, Fred and Rose. That's me and you, Porky, innit? You've already threatened to put me under the patio once in the last week. Bonnie and Clyde's better, isn't it? Although Clyde was supposed to be impotent, allegedly. Um, I'm trying to think of the other. Exactly. Behave yourself. I'm good, thank you, Porky. Hope you have a lovely few days away. Got life, but life in this country is a joke. He'll be out. Well, look what happened to the Bulges murderers. Those two little swines. Isn't one of those in Australia? I think I have mostly covered US cases so far just by accident. I've cases from other continents to cover on my list too. There's a very good one, Danny. Just in case, if you ever, got a spare half an hour and look into it, there's a murder that happened over here. And I've said, because I don't do true crime, but I would cover this one. If I was going to cover any, I would cover this. And it was the murder of Helen McCourt. And the reason being is because I know the family. And that was, at the time, it was the first case in England that used DNA testing to secure a conviction. This was back in the 1980s because it was still a pretty new concept then here. and the body of that girl has never been found. And her mother, Mary McCourt, she's had a law passed now, and it's called Helen's Law, because for all the years that the murderer has been released, but she attended every single parole hearing to try and get them to never let him out until he reveals where he put her daughter's body, because he's never even admitted it. They know he did it. So it's a really good case. And even now, that family still go out all round. There's a radius of where he could have got to in the time that he had between her going missing, him murdering her, disposing of her, and being back at the pub that he was the landlord of. There's a radius. The family were out every single weekend taking soil samples and getting them analysed, because there was soil in the back of his vehicle, and they've never been able to find a match, because they know that wherever that match is up to, that's probably going to be where her body is. You remember watching that? Yeah, Green Eyes. It's tragic. It's tragic. And I feel so bad for a mum. Well, the whole family, to be honest. A mum and a stepdad. It just destroyed them, and a brother. But yeah, that was very local to me. They have that here in South Australia. No body, no parole. Yeah, and that's how it should be. Wow, that's horrific. It was, Danny. I mean, that's just very briefly, but it's worth, especially with the DNA thing as well. But yeah, it's worth having a look at if you're ever interested. Helen McCourt. Oh yes, Susie Lamplugh as well. We have got quite a lot of horrific crimes that have occurred over here, haven't we? You obviously you mentioned Fred and Rose, and then you've got Hindley and Brady. Susie Lamplugh, Helen McCourt. You've got the Soham murders as well. That was bad. We've got that. What was that guy's name? Oh, yeah, sorry. We've also got the Yorkshire Ripper, Peter Sutcliffe. Who was the guy who was murdering the prostitutes in East Anglia? What do they call him? The Norfolk Strangler. And then you've got Christie, haven't you? John Christie. We've had a good few. Got to run, going to dinner for my father-in-law's birthday. Have a great night, everyone. Oh, have a lovely meal, Danny. Enjoy yourself, and hopefully I'll catch up with you next week when I'm back from my travels. Thanks for dropping in, and thank you for putting your link up, and yeah, hopefully we'll get you some more subs. You take care. Look after yourself, love. The Soham murders killed me. I cried when that was going on. Well, and you know what? What do you think about Huntley's girlfriend? That was she a teacher or a teacher's help? Something worked right with her. Oh, everyone's saying bye-bye to Danny. I was just going to say then, Porky, the Susie Lamplugh, that was, what was his name? Was she was the one with the little boy with her, wasn't she? I think. Should have got the same sentence as him. Porkchop says, night, Danny, after dark, have a great night. Oh, right, yeah, the estate agent, right, sorry. Hello, good people. Hi, Suzanne. How are you, lovely? Just doing a bit of general chit-chat about nothing in particular and everything. Who was the one who was murdered on the park with a little boy then, Porky? Because they got the wrong person for that initially, didn't they? I mean, it did look a bit of a dodgy guy, but I can't remember his flipping name. Oh, it's all good. Hopefully you're not snowed in or anything over there. You still hear me internet cut out. Oh no! Nightmare. What's going on with you then, Cassis? Is it the weather that's doing it? Josie Russell. No, no, it wasn't Josie Russell. What's her flipping name? Somebody will remember in the chat. It was the woman, and she was. I can't remember if she was. Megan Russell. No, Rachel Nickel. That's it. Green Eyes got it. Rachel Nickel. Yeah, her. Because they did. Well, the newspapers ruined it, didn't they? And they named that guy, and then he was vilified, and because I think he got a load of damages for that. Michael Stone case. Which is that, pork chop? Oh, it's windy as hell. Yeah, that'll be what's knocking your internet out, isn't it? That was last week, and we have severe storms later this week. Oh God, that sounds a nightmare. That was Megan Russell. I don't know about that one then, pork chop. I don't think. Megan Russell, Michael Stone. It's not ringing any bells with me at all. Michael Stone, who was the right one. Oh, so you two both know about this. The boys know about him, but I don't. I might do. If you tell me some of the details, I might remember it. Susie Lamplugh was the estate agent who went missing in 1986, but was only assumed dead in 1993. Anyone remember Claudia Lawrence? I don't, Frida. Do you want to tell us a bit about it? Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to come up, sorry, I always forget this, don't I? Dreadful hostess. I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come up. There you go. Oh no, I've got it. I'm getting mixed up with someone else. Yeah, but I don't know Claudia Lawrence, and this Megan Russell one isn't ringing any bells with me. Because Levi Belfield. Oh, hang on a minute. He's the fella who's in the news, isn't he? Hasn't he just admitted to murdering somebody else? Is that the same guy? Oh, I'm having full on brain farts tonight. That was it, Millie Dowler. Yes, Millie Dowler. Not heard of him, just had to look it up, Porky. What, Levi one, Green Eyes? Yeah, I'm sure he's just been, he's just admitted to murdering somebody else, or two other people, or attempted murders, I think. There's a lot of them. I mean, I found out not that long ago that there was a gangland killing not far from here. That's it. Thank you. Do you know what? When you were saying Megan Russell, and I didn't know that's who it is. Yeah, he's confessed to Liz and Megan Russell and trying to kill Josie Russell. Yes, I do know who you mean now. It was that Mike when he said Michael Stone. I wasn't sure who you meant. Yeah, up here, there's a house. I used to live in another village that's about a mile and a half away. Oh, sorry, I'll just go through this here. Levi, one, his pick looks like he's a bouncer. Tried to kill them on a country lane with a claw hammer, only Josie survived. Yes, yeah. Oh, so this is Claudia, is it? She was 35 years old, was a chef in a college, never turned up for Yes, sorry, Frida. I do know who you mean because she's on a CCTV camera, isn't she? Walking down like the back ginnels towards where she lived. Yeah, I remember seeing that on it wasn't Crime Watch, it was something else, and they were showing the CCTV footage. But I can't remember if didn't they show there was somebody or somebody was walking behind her. I just can't remember now. Was that somewhere like I'm trying to think where that was now. Was that somewhere like York or um not going to look at that case. I've never heard of it. The name Josie always gets my attention. Yeah, it's he's a big sicko him. I mean, with crime, like I said, I love talking about them. I don't know enough about a lot of these cases. Oh, I'll tell you what, Cassius, unless he's been knocked out again by the high winds. What was the name of that fella, the serial killer, the Scottish guy? And he'd killed that Polish girl and put the body of her underneath the church. And then they found all these bodies in his back garden. If you can remember his flipping name. Yeah, there's just a lot of dark people doing dark deeds, aren't there? You think about serial killers, and automatically, when anybody mentions a serial killer, I do, sad as it may be, I do think about America. America just comes into my head, you know, the home of serial killers. But it's only because it's such a vast place, isn't it? That's it, Cassie, St. Patrick's Church. Can you remember the name of the dude? That's him. That's him, Tobin. You're right. Yes, that's him. Thank you. He was a wrong, and he was. Did you ever hear the interview done with his first wife? Because he married as a younger. She was only young, but he'd kept her. She was a prisoner. He was a real sick piece of work. He was, or is. I don't know if he's still alive or not. Because I'm sure that was it in the 80s that went on? And I think they caught him in the 90s. Peter Tobin. Thought he was maybe Bible John. Oh, right. What was the Austrian guy called that kept loads in his cellar? Oh, oh, you're gonna get my head's gonna completely cabbage out now. Because now, as I'm on my tablet, I don't have my tablet to fall back on to do a Google search. Oh, flipping heck. I can see the guy as well. Right, I'm going to be quiet for a second because I'm trying to remember the name of this guy. Flipping heck. I think it was what's his name? Just as I've remembered it, Suzanne's put it in. Thank you, Joseph Fritzl. Oh yeah, and Greenhouse have done it as well. You beat me to it, and Cassius. I mean, he had a lot of kids, didn't he? And he's still alive, I think. I seem to remember he had like 13 or 14 kids. I don't know why that stuck in my head. Yeah, he was very, very sick, Porky. His daughter was the mother of 5 kids. Yeah, because didn't she had a set of twins to him, didn't she, Suzanne? I think. Absolutely awful. She was because I'm just trying, it was 20. Yeah, she's above you there, Cassius. 3 flick 3 is Suzanne. These murders never seem to make it to Australian news. It's weird that, isn't it? I wonder why. But I suppose it's maybe I don't know, maybe they just don't want to give potential serial killers any ideas. I mean, you had one yourself, didn't you? That bloody crazy ghetto, they were calling the wolf, that guy, the backpacker fella. He got those 2 foreign backpackers and tried to like murder them too. He had I know he had a foreign name, didn't he? Milat. Thank you, Green Eyes. You got there again. Ivan Milat. And he just looked, I remember seeing the photographs of his eyes. There's something about, I mean, what is it with, these serial killers or the serial rapists or what have you? They've all got dead eyes. And I'll be honest with you, when I look at Shitlord on that black and white, look at me, I think I used to be a movie star photograph, he's got those kind of eyes, they're like, sorry, I'm gonna mention the S word, green eyes, but they're like shark's eyes, aren't they? When there's no expression in them. I don't know why this account is active. I'm signed in on my other account. Yes, this comes up. On the app, I'm Suzanne. On the browser, I'm Flick. Don't worry, we know who you are, darling. Green eyes, it would stab them in the spinal cord so they could not escape. He's not long ago died of cancer in prison. Well, do you know what? It couldn't have happened to a nicer person, could it? What a sick, sick individual he was. Frida, that picture gives me the creeps as well, love. I just think like, ugh. There's just so many. Yeah. When you start to think about the number of murderers and serial killers, as I said, when I think about serial killers, I think America, we've got a big chunk of them over here, haven't we? Green eyes. I bloody did it again yesterday in someone's chat was still signed in as Dorothy's dildo. You weren't. Frida, he does. I remember him putting that up one time and he was talking to all his subs and he was saying, oh, here's my photo, blah, blah, blah. When I used to be in films, he was telling people he was an actor. And he went, when I was young and good looking, and I sicked up a bit in my mouth. I must admit. It's the great big bags under the eyes as well. But he looks like, and I've said it from the minute I saw that photograph, I said to everybody, he looks like a bloody serial killer. Well, the thing is, though, as well, Frieda, he did think he was, he thought he was lovely when he was DJing in that nightclub, and when everybody was talking about the Facebook group, it was just like the big standing joke. Catherine Knight? Is she the one who boiled her dad's head, or am I thinking of somebody else? Cassis, if I'm left with an alt like Dot's dildo, I'll have to create another account. No way I'm going under that. Oh, yeah, Frieda the gimp suit. I'm still wanting to see that photograph, though, because I think... yeah, I think it would give us all a good laugh. She boiled and skinned her husband. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Well, there were those other ones as well, weren't there, in Australia, where there was a group of men and they were like torturing and abusing young lads, and they found all the bodies in big drums in a disused bank. White something. I've got the name White in my head. The White something murders. It's horrific. Yeah, it sounds it, Suzanne. She skinned him and hung him up. Policemen actually walked into it. Thought it was a curtain. Barrel's murder. Yeah. Snowtown, thank you. Why? Well, white, it's snow, isn't it? Yeah, that was awful. I watched a documentary on that as well. Green Eyes, think you were Dorothy's dildo in Kisses Live last night. She was. Poor chap. Don't forget all those kids camping on the island off the coast of Norway or Finland, somewhere like that. Well, that was a political murder. That was Anders Breivik who did that one. He was he basically targeted those kids because they were it was like a socialist youth camp, and he was oh no, I mean murder. I'm just saying it's not. Sorry, I thought you meant about, because it was, I was talking about serial killers. What I meant was it was a murder, but it wasn't a serial. It's just somebody going on a crazy rampage. Yeah, he was very right wing, and he'd produced his own manifesto, and he decided to target, because he set a bomb off on the mainland before then going out there to the camp. But yeah, he targeted those kids because he was saying like they were the future who were going to be ruining his country and what have you. Yeah, didn't come across. What I meant was, yeah, it wasn't a serial killer. So sorry if that came across the wrong way. It does sound like the Predator, Cassius. But yeah, the Anders is a complete punished for a crime they hadn't committed. Yeah, exactly. It was it was just, there's a film, or there was a film on Netflix about it. Oh, I'll get the name of it for you, and it's worth watching, because you realise a lot of people, it wasn't really covered much outside of Norway, and a lot of people don't realise what was behind, the murders that he committed. But it was a real sick piece of work. I'm just trying to think what the film is called. I think it's called. Oh God, it's called. Is it July? Something July. Just reading about three. I can't remember which live I was in after Kiss, but it was funny forgetting your name. Oh no. And which is so? What's this one that Suzanne's on about then? The Beaumont children. I've not heard of that. Is that one in Australia? They did dig a while ago and found nothing. No, I've never heard about this one. 22nd of July, that's the name of the film that's about the murders that Anders Breivik committed. And it's, yeah, you just see he's totally deranged and he was as calm as you like. Calm as you like. But yeah, the way, because he was hunting those kids and they were jumping off cliffs to try and get away from him. An Australian one in 1973, they went missing. The other one as well is those, you know, the bodies that they found on that beach in, I think it's New Jersey in America. Three children taken from a beach, siblings, no trace, nothing. Oh, wow. I wonder if they were do you think they would have been murdered? Or, I don't know. What were the ages of the children? Do you remember? There were several suspects. Um, oh, they're gone. 8, 5, and 4. Right. There's another one that I really, really, and well, I got quite interested in. Sorry, what was that? Sorry, it was. Oh, 1966. Well, you know the Bob Hansen case, the guy in Alaska, and there was a film about that as well, The Frozen Ground, starring Nicolas Cage, and I think is it? Oh, hang on, John. I think it's John Cusack plays the murderer. And obviously that's a true story. Oh, Anna Jane and Grant. Oh no. But yeah, the Bob Hansen, he was taking sex workers and he was holding them hostage. When his wife went out of town, he'd have them, he'd, you know, keep them for however long. And then he had a plane and he would fly them out into the wilderness, let them go, and then hunt them down and shoot them. And they found a map with all these little crosses marked on them, and I mean, they're still to this day trying to find the bodies of all his victims because they can only dig when the ground is thawed enough, which is why the film is called The Frozen Ground. But yeah, they've only found a fraction of the numbers of people he's murdered. Need another coffee? Have one for me, please. Two girls missing from Adelaide Oval, no trace. What are they, little girls, Suzanne? Oh, Eloise Wallage taken from a bed, screen cut, no trace. Do you think they're kind of all connected, maybe? Are they in a similar or nearby area? Along with several other kids missing, they think it's the same guy. Oh no. Well, were you ever around when Bedtime Clown was talking about the number of I can't remember if it was on his own live or if he was up on mine on panel. All suspects are sex freaks. Oh, ugh. Um, and he was talking about the number of missing people in America and then the number of missing in Texas, just, alone. And, the bodies that are found, and it's off the charts. It's absolutely off the charts. Now, there's another one that I enjoyed watching a documentary on. Have you heard of the Long Island serial killer? It's mind blowing how many are missing. You really need to handcuff your child to your wrist. Oh, it can be gone in a second. Well, we know that happened over here. As much as, none of us are ever going to cover it, but that's what happened with little Jamie Bulger. He's standing at the side of his mum in a shop and she looks around and he's gone. And he's off with those two sick fecks, before she... doesn't even bear thinking about that. Doesn't bear thinking about it at all. But yeah, that Long Island serial killer, I mean, he's never been identified. I have a few thoughts on that one myself as to who I think it possibly could be. Frida says the best story was Chloe from Australia was so happy she was found. Oh yes, that was that little girl last year, wasn't it? I know, Suzanne, poor little fella indeed. Just awful. Yes, that was Frida. No way I thought she would still be alive. No, I didn't green eyes when she suddenly found, because she was in that fella's house, wasn't she? I mean, there are some happy ending for a change. It was a miracle. Absolutely, it was. There are, see, I keep, things are coming into my head and I don't know, but it's quite good because all you guys know them. And who was that? It wasn't that long ago. And there was a woman and she was found chained up in a shipping container on this guy's land. And he'd murdered her fiance and kept her basically as a sex slave. And the video was out there with the police when they broke into this shipping container and they found her. I don't know if any of you saw that or if you can remember who he was. That was in America. But he'd been like killing people for God knows how long. Yeah, I just can't remember his name, Suzanne. Yeah, he was from the same town, had a massive collection of dolls. Oh, You always have to worry, don't you, if there's a fella who hasn't got kids of his own who's got a collection of dolls. Oh, is that her name, Green Eyes? The girl who was found? Suzanne Green Eyes. It was a right nutcase, all those dolls. No, there's... I remember watching... there was a series on over here. It was in either 2 or 3 parts, and it was following the sex crimes division in the Met, and they were targeting peds. Oh, Eternal Flame. 1, hello, and 2, thank you. That's him. Todd Colehep. Oh, and Suzanne's done it, and Green Eyes. Thank you. Yeah, he was a weirdo. Because he got her, didn't he, on the pretext of a job, giving her and her fella a job. Because he was quite well to do, wasn't he, running his own business and what have you? It just shows money doesn't buy you everything. Frida, it was terrible for the parents of Chloe as they were suspects for a while. Well, it's like the mother of Azaria, was it Chamberlain? The dingo baby. You know, she ended up being arrested for that. And then, you know, all those years down the line, they actually did find the fact that, yeah, Dingo had taken her. They found her clothes and remains. Yeah, Eternal Flame. I thought he was flipping real estate owner. Oh, I've just realised I'm going to try and do this while I'm on my tablet. I hadn't given you a wrench, Eternal Flame, because that's my thing, as you know. Let me see if I can do it. I dropped my phone in the bath, so I'm trying to run this on. I'm trying to run this with my tablet, and I'm wondering if I can mod you up while I'm on my tablet. Let me see. Now let's see if you go blue, if that's worked. When Jill Meir was missing, the husband was a suspect, but you can see from videos he didn't do it. I'm not familiar with that one, but I will have a look at it. You had a stab in the dark at it. No, that's fine. That's fine. Dingoes have been attacking people for years. Yeah, they're I mean, they always look so dog-like. Always look like I want to give them cuddles, and then you think you can just see in the faces, can't you? They are pure predator. These go look, Jill Meir. A death caused Australia-wide marches. Right, definitely will do. I absolutely will after this live's finished. You'll have to let me know if Eternal Flame has ended up with a wrench, because I can't see on my for some reason it doesn't show up on this tablet. Well, you can't see when you're on StreamYard. I can't see who's a mod or not. A recent one, the dingo took a baby from a camper and the grandma had to pry it from the dingo's mouth. Oh my goodness! But women should be able to walk the streets and be safe. Well, that happened, Suzanne, with the Yorkshire Ripper. There were women out. Basically, they were trying to get men to stay in, you know, saying that men had to be curfewed because, you know, nobody felt safe. And it wasn't just the working girls, you know, because they were losing the revenue. Was the baby all right, Green Eyes? I hope it wasn't dead. It's blue. Oh, yeah. Welcome to the Blue Crew. I don't know why I'd not done that before. It's me law. Make his mods, but I'd missed you out for some reason. I'd also missed Anne Westwood, probably because I'd intended to do it and then Lostworthy popped in the chat. Yeah, both baby and grandma had lots of cuts and bites but recovered. Oh, thank goodness for that. It doesn't even bear thinking about, does it? I mean, it's bad enough when it's a dog attack on a child, you know, a domesticated dog, but you know, a wild dog, and you're thinking, you know, if what it's not an end that you even want to consider either, is it? Jill was stunning. Her new life in Oz didn't happen. They're from Ireland. Hubby is back in Ireland now. Oh no, I'll definitely look into that. Fraser Island. Do you know what? I could remember it was an island, Suzanne, but I couldn't remember which one it was. Now, when I was over there, I went to Hamilton Island, and I was about to say, was it Hamilton Island? And then I realised it wasn't. Yeah, they have signs, don't they, at Fraser Island about the dingoes? Yeah, no, Suzanne, honestly, post what you like. That's why you're all blue. So you can, if you want to post links, anything at all, feel free. I don't mind other channels being promoted, providing it's not shitload, which obviously nobody's going to do, or Dirty D. Are you going into KTA's clapback at, well, I don't know what time it's going to be over in America, Suzanne, but it's going to be midnight UK time. Fraser, it's crazy. They'll chase you. And they're big as well. I mean, I saw a dingo when I was over there, but I didn't realise for some reason I thought they were more fox size until I saw one. I'm like, bloody hell, these are, you know, they're a hefty dog, aren't they? Here is a 60-minute documentary on the dingo taking. Oh, thank you, Green Eyes. But yeah, anybody, you've got links and you want to post them, feel free. Let the chat know what the link is, and then we can come back and pick them up. Thank you, Green Eyes. I mean, I tell you what, good on the grandmother for chasing after the damn thing and getting it out of its mouth. Do you know how old was the baby, Green Eyes? Do you know? Eternal Flame. I watched that 60-minute one. It's sad. Susanna, find a couple. Her murderer was caught on CCTV by shops as he was stalking her. The last CCTV, you could see she was scared and she walks off with him. Less than 5 minutes later, she was dead. Oh no. Frida Green Eyes, thank you. I'll watch it. Yes, I'll have a watch of it, Frida, as well. In fact, I'll have a watch of that, and then when Suzanne posts a link, I'll watch that as well, because, like I said, I'll have something to have a look at when I'm in bed tonight. It was about 5 months. Oh, she was only 200 meters from her home. Oh, that's tragic. Oh, you say it's about 14 months old. Well, a 14-month-old's a pretty big target for a dingo, isn't it? You know, like Azaria Chamberlain, she was a newborn baby, wasn't she? I mean, it's still, a hefty item, but you can understand a dingo getting hold of a tiny new baby. But a 14-month-old, it's not a little teeny rag doll, is it? Flipping heck. Can I just check? I was pretty sure dingoes. Now, they aren't marsupials, are they? They can carry sheep. Yeah, they're strong. Yeah. Well, like I said, when I saw the size of them, I got a bit of a shock. Not afraid of anything dingoes. But yet, some of the Aboriginals keep dingoes as pets, don't they? They've like domesticated them. You see, I'd be thinking along the lines of, like when somebody, not domesticates, they tame like a lion or a tiger, but you always got to watch yourself. And they'll say, like, if you're small, don't run past them, or because they'll just identify you as prey. And then you think, well, dingoes, they're a wild animal, and would they, because if they're living with Aboriginal families who've got kids running around, why do those dogs not, attack those children? Because they are wild. They're always going to retain that prey drive, aren't they? Oh, hi, Captain Spaulding. Just stopping by to show some love. Well, it's reciprocated, my dear, and thank you very much for coming in. Hope you're having a pleasant Saturday evening. Is it evening yet where you are? It's about dinner time, isn't it? You're about 6 hours behind us, I think, in Pennsylvania. Oh, thank you for dropping that link there, Sheila. So if anybody wants to watch that case, Sheila's just dropped the link. Crimes That Shook Australia. Porkchop says, hi, Captain Spaulding, records revisited. Heaps to watch. Oh, it's probably going to pique my interest, that then. Thank you for that, Suzanne. Cass says, I thought they looked like finished dogs. Dingoes, didn't know they were that strong. Ah, right, okay. So it's keep them fed, and they're so long as they're not hungry, they're not going to go after the kids. You're about 12 hours behind us. Ah, okay. Well, enjoy the rest of your lovely Saturday, whatever it is that you're doing. Eternal Flame, I was going to ask if they could be a pet. Green Eyes answered it. Yeah, yeah, that's what but like Suzanne said, if they're keeping them fed, then but the thing is, I'm just looking at this little dog of mine, right? So he's a Mardi, and but he has got a massive prey drive, and he hates little tiny screechy runny aroundy kids. Now, I don't think he would bite, he just barks at them. But I cannot, as domesticated as he is, I cannot stop him from chasing after squirrels. I have stopped him with sheep, but you can see he wants to go after them, but he knows better now. And I was thinking, with him, I wouldn't trust him. Like my old dog, I could have put him down on the floor with a newborn baby, and he would have just lied there with the baby and protected it. There just wasn't a predatory bone in his body. Cooper's different. and he's a domestic dog. He hasn't got those wild instincts that a dingo has. To be honest, I mean, I wouldn't trust a dingo round children, but the Aboriginals have been, you know, they've probably been taming dingoes for thousands of years. Oh, you knew someone who had one. It was good but highly strung. Oh, it's 6:41 on Saturday here. Right. Well, here it is. Well, it's just coming up to 11:45 p.m. Oh, so you're only 5 hours behind us then. Oh, that's not so bad. Let's have a look. Captain Spaulding. Hi, Cassie's Green Eyes and Pork. Green Eyes. I'm terrified of any type of pit bull or bull terrier. He got cornered by one as a child. I'm similar with boxers. A school friend of mine, they had a boxer, and it was very originally called Rocky. It was a dad's dog, and it was a big old type. It looked more like an American bulldog, because of the size of it and the shape of its head, but it was a purebred boxer, and that got past her. I'd knocked on for her one night, and she had the door open talking to me on the front, and this dog was always kept in the back. She hadn't closed the kitchen door properly, and he came through from the kitchen straight up the hallway and leapt. It virtually cleared her, hit me in the chest. I ended up on the the floor on my back. I mean, this dog weighed more than I did, and luckily her dad was right behind it and he hoiked it off. Her dad was a fireman, he was a big bloke. And since then, I see a boxer coming anywhere near me, and I get really, I start getting ready to give it legs. Eternal Flame. It's in the nature. My spaniel loves chasing the pheasants, and then she will share a dinner with them. Ah, well, Cooper is. He's a border collie cross with a Springer Spaniel, so I think that's his hunting instinct is the spaniel. But the herding thing with the sheep, that's all collie. No, not bad at all. Thought it was longer. Yeah, I thought it was slightly longer, but obviously not. Captain Spaulding lived in New Zealand. It was different day and time there than it was here. Yeah, well, that's like with Green Eyes. Green Eyes is on Sunday morning already. Oh, yeah, Irish Water Spaniel was like that, was it, Green Eyes? I mean, Coopy's quite funny because I've trained him out of the whole rabbit thing. And if he spots a rabbit, he gets the hunting leg. So, one paw comes up and he gets so he's got this spaniel half of his brain and the collie half of his brain. So the hunting leg will come up, but then his head will drop and he gets the collie stir. Now, and I'll just go, leave it. And he will. Rabbits, pheasants, ducks. He will try if he can get near a swan. He does not like swans. And I'll never ever get him out of going after squirrels because a dead one, believe it or not, he was only about 10 months old and we were walking under a tree and this squirrel must have just died up the tree. It fell out the tree dead, but it landed on him. It hit him on the head, gave him a hell of a shock. And from that point on, it was just game on with squirrels. He's never forgiven them for the fright. There's a pet monkey that ate a woman's face. Ducks on. Oh, that is dreadful. That's dreadful, Suzanne. I watched it because she's. I mean, they reconstructed her face, didn't they? And she's got no hands because it took her eyes out and everything. Yeah, well, they were stabbing. The owner was stabbing it. Yeah, but the problem was she had it on Xanax. She was giving it human. It was already highly strung. She was trying to give it tranquilizers, but they had the opposite effect on it. So it made it went manic. And that's what happened. Oh, it was dreadful, that case. Absolutely dreadful. Eternal Flame. Had 3 of them, best dogs ever, loved them and easy to train. Ours we trained on the whistle. Yeah, Cooper's trained to the whistle. He's also, I'd started training him to hand signals, and Porky has trained him now, and he doesn't even need to speak to him, and he does exactly what he's told to do by him. But he's doing that from pure love. He loves himself a bit of Porky. Yeah, you watched it as well, did you, Eternal Flame? It was dreadful. Oh yeah, have you never seen it, Cassius? Oh, it's a nightmare. This monkey. They'd had it from a baby that this husband and wife had. Yeah, it crawl back to its cage to die. It was really sad because it wasn't its fault, but it was. They should have had it. It was as it became mature, because mature male chimpanzees apparently, when they hit sexual maturity, their frustration manifests itself as extreme violence, and that was what was happening with it. Well, one of his owners, the husband, he died, so he was already grieving from that. His lifestyle was changed, because prior to this, he'd been allowed to. I mean, he was treated like a baby. He was treated like their child. He went to work with them. He rode in the car with them. He ate what they ate. He didn't have a monkey diet. And after the husband died and this sexual aggression was coming out, she started giving him these tranquilizers, and I think he was on all sorts like Valium and Xanax, and yeah. So basically, what the stuff she was giving to him, it just made this aggression even worse. And I think somebody said, I'm sure there was a vet that was talking on the telly about it, and said he basically had a psychotic break, but he just attacked the friend and then was attacking the police officers, and for his own owner, because she was screaming, wasn't she, on the 911 call, telling they need to come and shoot it, and that she tried to stab it. Yeah, she was the first face transplant, wasn't she? She was green eyes, ate her face, her ears, everything. Yeah, it ate her hands, her face, her eyes. I think it was a nose and a lips. They'd gone, weren't they? And plus there were chunks out of her, and he'd been kind of scraping at her, and they didn't realise she was still alive at first, and they were trying to deal with this monkey, and then they realised that she was actually still breathing. Vet said Pippa is overweight and has to go on a diet. I told him he needs to go back to uni. Ah, and is Pippa overweight? I know. No, come here, Cooper. Come on, lie down. Cooper's getting a little bit of an old chunk at the moment, but he is getting a lot of treats. Coops, come here now. There was another one, though, wasn't there? There was a monkey attack. I can't remember if that was, well, a chimpanzee attack. I can't remember if it was at a wildlife park, or if it was a monkey that was being used for advertisements or something, but that did similar. It didn't get the guy's face, but it basically was eating his hand, because he had his hands over it, trying to protect himself, and it was eating his hands. The little bastards, chimpanzees. Do you know what, Cassie? It's a true life horror story. It's dreadful. I mean, for anybody who hasn't seen it, if you're of a queasy disposition, do not watch the documentary. Because it interviews her after, it shows photographs of her, and and now, and I know this sounds awful because it is not her fault, but when I saw how she looks now after all those, I mean, she's had so many operations just to try and rebuild her face, and I thought, I'm actually glad for her that she's blind and she can't see. What? Because she was an attractive lady, wasn't she? Never would trust any monkey. You hate them. No, I don't. After watching that, I wouldn't go near them. Yeah, well, it's one of those, Cassis. Once you've seen it, or when you hear about it, because that's how I heard about it. Somebody was talking about it, and I thought, oh, I'll look at it. I won't watch it again. It was like when we were talking about films, if you remember the other week, and I said there's one film I won't ever watch again. I enjoyed it, but it was so horrific. Was The Passion of the Christ. I just will never watch that film again. It was so gruesome, but it was, this is what happened in you know, Roman times. This was what they did to people, but the scourging and the crucifixion, they were too graphic for me, and I do wish I'd never watched that film now. Well, this is what we have, Cassis, isn't it? Morbid curiosity, and you don't know till you've watched it if you've hit your limit or not. The other one as well. Do you remember that woman who those two dogs killed? She's trying to get into her apartment, and they basically tore her to pieces. That was another horrific one. The owners were just not right in the head, the owners of those two dogs. Kiss, I've watched it twice, not a third. The Flame, yeah. Wasn't that awful, Cassius? Did you watch it a second time to see if there was anything you'd missed, or did it just happen to be on and you decided to watch it? No, they scare me, especially them smelly ones at Gibraltar. Yeah, I've seen those. I mean, I've never been to Gibraltar, but yeah, and they go up robbing like people's handbags and stuff, don't they? And then you've got the ones in South Africa. There are the towns that are overrun by the baboons. They come down into the towns, and they're all over people's properties and getting in the houses. Those things are scary. The bloody canine teeth on them. They're horrendous. Yeah, I don't mind watching monkeys from afar, but no, not one of my favorite animals. However, having said that, Coco the gorilla, the one that learned how to speak in sign language, and that was such a gentle soul, and she had her own pet cat, and the cat got run over, and she was grieving for it, and she was sign language, doing sign language to her keepers, telling them that she was grieving for the cat, and they bought her a kitten. And then and the video was there when she saw the kitten. Oh, and that made me cry. So I don't mind Coco. I'd shoot them, no stress. Yeah. Fucking mad, the monkeys at Gibraltar. I know. Have you been there, Green Eyes, or are you like me and just seen them on the telly? Hi, Mrs. Mercury. Hello, darling. A very late good evening to everyone. Cassie's, I've not seen it. I'm too scared of horror movies. I paid the second £5 to rent it. Don't know why. Jim Caviezel's speech, Kiss, is very moving. I'll find the link if you've not saw it and heard it. Oh, is that where he's speaking to? He's on stage at some Catholic convention, and he was talking about it because he nearly died, didn't he, during the crucifixion scene? He was hit by lightning, and he had pneumonia. He was on the verge of dying. And I remember him telling, he was there, and he was, because he's very staunch Catholic, isn't he? And they were saying, why did you carry on? And he said, well, I just thought that if, I think the way he put it was, if our Lord could go through all of that for me, then I could go through what I was going through to portray him and get his story out, or words to that effect, paraphrasing. It's, right, yeah, right, Cassius. Oh, yeah, Mrs. Mercury. I remember you saying it was one of your favourites, but yeah, Green Eyes hasn't seen it. Um, oh yeah, dislocated his shoulder as well. I know he was in a terrible state, wasn't he? Hit by lightning. He was suffering from chronic pneumonia and a dislocated shoulder. Yeah, he really did. Um, it's it's a brilliantly made film, Green Eyes. It's absolutely amazing. But Mel Gibson, for the scenes where the Romans have got Jesus and basically it's the torture, the punishment, and I'm going to call it the torture of him. They did it as realistically as they could, and it was stuff I never ever thought that a human being would be put through. The parts of the speech aren't for everyone, but it's moving. Yeah. I went early 90s only for 4 days, though, thank God. I couldn't have been doing with them monkeys. And I bet they went after you, didn't they? I'd be terrified of one of them biting me or something. Because they've no fear of people. That's the problem. When wild animals lose the fear of people, it's like those. Does anybody familiar with the man-eaters that I think they're called? Was it Cassavo? The man-eaters of Cassavo, those lions in Africa, and they had no fear. They were called oh, was it the goat? They called them the ghosts, or was it the ghosts of Cassava? Anyway, they were picking off the railroad crew. There was a crew that were, I think they were building a bridge for the railroad, and these lions were preying on the workers, and they killed a lot of them before they were finally dispatched. But they had zero fear of men, none whatsoever. Monkeys are mad. I've never been there. But no, 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 not for me either. Yet they steal everything. People feed them and think they're cute. There used to be piles of poo every year. Oh, God, I can imagine. And I know monkey poo doesn't smell pretty nice either. Mrs. Mercury, the fact they used Aramaic with subtitles makes it more realistic. It did, Frida, and the effort it must have taken as well for that. I mean, maybe to somebody who is an expert at speaking in Aramaic, then maybe they would probably pick holes in Jim Caviezel's speak and the other actors. But for those of us who wouldn't know what Aramaic sounded like if we fell over it, they just sound like native speakers, don't they? I really like him as an actor because I remember he gave a talk one time, and because he does quite a lot of talks. He went back to university, didn't he? Um, but he was saying that he refuses to do love scenes in any movies. He'll have the kiss and a cuddle, but he won't do any, more graphic love scenes than that. And out of respect for his wife, I thought, what a nice guy. He's lost out on parts in movies because he's got such strong morals about that sort of thing. Because even though it's just acting, he won't even do it. Because I think it was the film he was in with what was it? Jennifer Lopez, and I think it was called is it Angel Eyes? And there was supposed to be a heavy love scene in that, and they ended up changing it for him because he wasn't going to do it. Yeah, it's a very sad film. It's heartrending. I watched it. I was nearly physically sick, and then I did cry. Um, just thinking that somebody, whether people, I'm not going to go religious, don't worry, but it's whether people believe Jesus was the Son of God or if he was just a man. Because I think it's, I would, regardless of which way I thought, I think most people can agree he was an historical figure, if nothing else. And if that's what that man went through, it doesn't even bear thinking about. And it's the lack of compassion, you know, how worthless human life was. So I'm sorry I have to go. KTA is coming on about this. The spit. I need to be there. Thank you, chat and kiss. No problem, Suzanne. I think everybody in here was wanting to go over there as well. So we'll probably see you in there. Or these guys will see. I may not. I might have to rely on somebody videoing it for me. Romans would be on Mrs. Mercury. They were disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, as Cassie says, take care, and it's been great seeing you in. Right, guys, I don't know what you all want to do. I know a lot of you are waiting to see. Kelly the Advocate is apparently, she should be coming live around about now, and she's doing a clapback on Dot. So I know a few people were wanting to watch that. And I'd only kind of intended to come on till round about now anyway. So if you're all wanting to go and watch that, I'm happy to shut this down. I'll stay on for a bit longer if anybody's wanting to stay in here. I can stay on for another half hour or so. I do need to go to bed shortly though, because I am a bit jiggered. That's a good Irish word for you. So yeah, just let me know what you want to do, because if everyone's going to bounce over there, I can close this down. But if anyone's not wanting to go and wanting to stay in here for half an hour, I'll stay on for another half. Just let me know in chat what you want to do. I think it will be quite entertaining if Kelly does what what it says on the tin. Mrs. Mercury, I remember the old movie about Jesus. I remember John Wayne at the end saying, "This man was truly the Son of God." Yeah, what a difference indeed. And then there was Jesus of Nazareth with what was his name? Robert Powell, wasn't it? Who played Jesus. My friend's mum fancied him. She was saying, "Oh, I really fancied Robert Powell when he was Jesus." I think that was quite. In fact, I think that is on YouTube. It's about 12 hours of it, because it was a series, wasn't it? And then somebody's condensed it all into, I think, 2 very long videos on here. Yeah, are you going watching it, Cassius? Because I think Green Eyes is going to watch it. I don't sub to her, so I don't know if she's come live or not. I don't know if anybody else knows. Never watched KTA. She's not my cup of tea, Eternal Flame. But, you know, each to their own. And I think more people are going to watch her basically because got her on the phone just watching the comments. All right, okay, Green Eyes. Yeah, she's doing a clap back on, because if you remember, when before Surviving the Storms became Surviving the Storms, it was Surviving Kelly the Avocado, and it was basically it was a dragging channel. Now it's gone on to dragging Natasha Cooper and Granny's Watching and anybody else, and Bam and Nuff Nuff, and you know, all the true crime channels. So I think tonight it is a case of her getting a taste of her own medicine by Kelly the Advocate. Robert Powell went to the same high school as I did, but he's older than me. so never met him. Really, Mrs. Mercury? What? Now, let me have a... Was Robert Powell from... Was he the one from Liverpool originally, or have I got that wrong? I don't watch Kelly. She flip-flopped that much. I got a headache. Yeah, well... Oh, so, yes, thank you, Salford. Well, a girl who I worked with went to school with Daniel Craig, which she never tired of telling us when he got James Bond. No, I just remember that I find her too... She's too fake for my liking, Mrs. Mercury. So I just let her get on with it. But I would be interested in what kind of a dish she's serving, because I think that's been a long time coming. Because I think, isn't she doing? She's dishing it up with receipts, I think. I heard. But I've got a feeling that her chat, if it's open for anybody to join in, I think it's going to end up as... I think it'll be a bit of a battle. Do you, Green Eyes? I think there'll be people from both camps, and she probably will end up having to lock off the live chat. It's just a feeling I've got. It's a feeling in my bones. What have you put? Oh, Daniel Craig in swimming trunks. Yeah, well, do you know, Daniel Craig never did it for me. Never. Just not my not my cup of tea. Now, I'll tell you who was my cup of tea. Maybe a shit. So I've got a feeling, Frida, that it will turn into a shit show. Which, you know, it's funny. It gives people entertainment, doesn't it? But I think there will be... I don't think Dorothy will go there, but I think some of the supporters probably will, and I think there'll be a few slanging matches going on. But yeah, sorry, went off track slightly there again. The one I did like, the James Bond, was Sean Connery, apart from his chest wig, because I don't do hairy chests. So when he did, you know, because he did similar, didn't he, coming out the water in his trunks, but not the chest wig. No, it's like a pelt. He looked like he needed to shake himself to get himself dry, like a dog when he came out the water. I seen Canary, Cassius. Well, he's an Edinburgh lad, wasn't he? I'm pretty sure. I'm sure he was from Edinburgh. I'm also sure you'll correct me if I got that one wrong, Cassius. Yeah, do you remember they used to do that on... was it on Chewing the Fat? And they used to do they were always talking about Sean Canary. Ah, right, thank you. Yeah, I thought he was from Edinburgh. He's my favourite, especially on the film Highlander. Watching Robert Powell in the 1970s made me want to go to church, but everyone laughed at me, so I never went. I was still at school, and to be fair, I was a little shit. Oh, yeah. Sean Connery's voice. Oh, Cassius, I love Chewing the Fat. Do you remember that there was a poem, and I forget who did it. I forget which character did it, and they were singing, and it was that about your granny making water. Do you ever hear your granny making water down by the old mill stream? She pishes for an hour and a quarter, and you can't see her ask for steam. I remember on Phoenix Nights, and the two bouncers were outside. Oh, Green Eyes, you've never watched Chewing the Fat? My goodness. If you've got Netflix, Chewing the Fat is on Netflix. It's a Scottish comedy show, and they do loads of sketches. Do you ever remember that one, Cassis, where oh God, what's the woman's name in it? The female comedian. And she was in an ice cream van, and there's two little kids waiting outside the ice cream van, and she gives one of them, and yeah, chewing the fat's like talking. It's about talking shit, in it. Well, no, I'm sorry, I meant a real name, but anyway, and she's a young woman serving in an ice cream van, and there's two little kids. So one of the little kids, she's giving him his lolly ice, and then she's going, and what about your friend? Your friend. And the little boy, who looks about 5, he whispers into his friend's ear, or his brother's ear. The other kid's about 7 or 8. And she said, "What's he want?" And he goes, "Gives a swatcher, you fanny." And everybody's laughing. And then you just see, and she's chewing gum. And you see her kind of going to hitch her skirt up. And obviously you don't see what happens. And then both kids the camera goes back to both kids, and they're both there with the gobs hanging open. And then it goes back later on in the dark, and both kids are still standing there in the pitch black. The ice cream man's on, but they're both still standing there, ice cream on the floor, and the gobs hanging open. Yeah, well, on Phoenix Nights, the two bouncers, Max and Paddy, are standing outside the club, and they're talking about Sean Connery, and they're saying that bald men are more sexy. They don't, you shouldn't wear a wig. And they were saying about which films of his were successful and which were a flop. And when they're going through all the films that he was a flop, and they said something like, "What was that film where he got his cock out?" And he said something like Zardos, wig. Highlander, wig. Although I didn't think Highlander was a flop, but basically they were saying any film he wore a wig in, it were a flop. Oh, loved Max and Paddy. Did you ever watch them on the road to nowhere? And they went off on their adventures in the camper van. That was quite funny. Tommy Dick Finger, yeah. And they gave him a Burnley wallet. Oh, the outtakes were so funny. Oh, you don't like them now? No. Well, see, Mrs. Mercury, I always call myself Dick Fingers when I make mistakes typing. Like Cassis does when I'm making loads of typos. I always call myself Tommy Dick Fingers. Oh God, yeah. What do they call it? Was it snake with it? Was it's love eggs? You see, Eternal Flame. I grew up not just my parents, my aunties, uncles, everybody. And we'd go and stay with them when we were little, and they were all into like Monty Python. So I've grown up loving Monty Python. I love that humour. And my granddad and my dad were into the Goons and Round the Horn. So my dad had records, albums, as did my granddad, and they'd stick them on, and I'd listen to them. So You know, I like that older humour, the no holds barred, no political correctness. And I love Billy Connolly. Billy Connolly is the only comedian who will make me howl laughing. I got a shock though. I was really surprised. Porky's never watched Phoenix Nights. But I had forgotten that bit because that's his football team is Burnley. No, it's not. Yes, it is. God, I forgot myself then. But yeah, and I just remembered saying that then about a Burnley wallet. Didn't they find him in a bin after a Burnley wallet? Yeah, I've seen Billy Connolly live, and we went on a coach, and we all got pissed on the way there. Of all things, do you remember Thunder? Did they still sell Thunderbird? But somebody brought bottles of Thunderbird on the bus, so I was drinking this Thunderbird. Me not being a big drinker, I got absolutely rat-arsed. Well, we were on the second row, right in the middle, so we were right under the stage, and it was brilliant watching him. But because I was pissed, I actually fell asleep. I just nodded off, and my friend was at the side of me, and she woke me up. And apparently, lucky for me, he was walking around the stage doing something, and everybody was howling, laughing. So he didn't see me and he didn't hear me, but apparently I'd nodded off, and my friend said my head lolled to the side, hit her shoulder, and I went snorted really loudly. Can you imagine how embarrassing that would have been if I'd have done that and he'd seen me? Because, like I said, we were only 2 rows back. Yeah, 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps. Or Cassie's, he would have ripped me a new arsehole, wouldn't he? I mean, because he always used to pick on people if they got up to go to the toilet or something halfway through. He would have. I know he would have. But it actually ruined the rest of the night for me because I was shitting myself in case I nodded off. Yeah. Very, very lucky he didn't hear me do that. Peter Kay has been hysterics, especially in Car Show, which a lot of footage was filmed in Salford. Well, I used to like Peter Kay, Mrs. Mercury. And I don't know if you were in here that night. I was on about him, and a friend of mine has, well, a friend from work, a colleague, both her children act, and her daughter got a part in, he did something that was a piss take on like the X Factor and Britain's Got Talent. I never watched it because she told me what had happened. And her daughter had this part, and her character was called Girl with Cat Up Tree. Never watched it. And obviously he was in this, and she was so excited. Her daughter was so excited that she was going to be watching, going to be, had a part in this television program. And she'd been built up to it, and she was saying, oh yeah, Hester's really, really excited, da 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 da. And she came in because she'd had a couple of days off to go with her for this filming. And when she came back into work the following week, because I think this was just before weekend, but the following week, we're like, oh, how did it go? And she went, well, it went all right. We're like, oh, God, did you get to meet Peter Kay? And she went, he's an absolute wanker. She said, he is an absolute wanker. Awful. We were like, you're joking me? And she went, no. She said, he's got that one persona for everybody else. And she said, oh, for his audience, she said, but face to face, one-on-one, she went, what a prick he is. And she was telling us it was horrible. So it put me off him. So I've never watched him since then. So I never watched Car Share, and I never watched that program that my friend's daughter was in. Just goes to show, doesn't it? And then people that you think are going to be really up themselves. Because Porky was telling me about somebody that I know Eternal Flame. I was really shocked. But Porky was telling me about somebody, I can't remember who it was, somebody on off the telly anyway, and said that him and his mum, because this person came across as very arrogant or, quite abrupt with people, and they bumped into this person by, purely by chance, and said he was just the nicest possible person. So it just shows, doesn't it? Some people will have an abrasive on camera character, and other people will be very jovial, and they're the polar opposites. Miss Burke, really blimey, my friend nursed his child when it was in hospital and said Peter Kay was lovely. Maybe it's just when he's working, Mrs. Mercury, but yeah, she said all these kids were totally starstruck because it's like Peter Kay, best thing since sliced bread, and the whole garlic bread thing, and it's spitting, and they were all, yeah, and she just said he was just absolutely obnoxious, being a real prima donna, and she just said it just ruined it. But because he fell out, didn't he, for quite a while with that Dave Spikey? He played Jerry in Phoenix Nights, because he lives just round the corner from me. I know, it is sad. It is sad because I loved it when he was doing his lives, and when he first came out, and then the Phoenix Night stuff, I loved it, and I loved the Max and Paddy. But yeah, it kind of ruined it for me. Has he got a kid? I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that either, Eternal Flame. Oh, was his kid all right, Mrs. Mercury? Was it? I hope it wasn't anything serious. I was trying to think who else was in those. I tell you, who did used to make me laugh though in Phoenix Nights. The oh, I can't remember the character name. The one who used to lie about everything. And he'd say like, "Oh, I'll give the SAS a ring. The good friends of mine." And kiss and chat. I'm heading into bed now. Thank you so much for entertaining live as usual. Have a nice trip, Kiss, and see you all soon. Oh, good night, Frida. Thanks so much for coming in. And yeah, I will be back online when I'm back. So Thursday or Friday next week, and we'll have our Viking feast. And you can all go incognito. You take care, love. See you soon. Mrs. Mercury, my nursing friend never said what was wrong, but yeah, the child recovered well. Oh, well, that's good. That's good. Oh, yeah. Everyone's saying night-night, Frida, if you're still listening, lovey. Oh, and did you, ladies who've come in later on, did you see the nice message that was put in the comments on last night's live? We've got a new friend coming in called Starlight, and she'd said that everybody in here seemed really chatty and friendly and nice, and she did pop in earlier. Said she doesn't normally join in, but decided to last night for the incognito thing. So thanks everybody for making her feel welcome. Well, as you always do. Because it made me laugh. Like I know Kathy's relatively new, but it doesn't feel like it, does it? And Meadow, and even Julia, who's only been coming in, a matter of a few days. Especially last night with the incognito thing, and I was like, oh, this is really nice. I like that people come in and they're not feeling like, new kid on the block. It is Green Eyes, all honest, nice people. And I like it how it's but it's like what Lady Witch and Raven used to do for me and you when I first joined, BAMS, explaining things, oh, just in case you don't know what everyone's going on about Kiss, this is what it is. And I think it's nice when you keep newer people up to speed with what might seem like in jokes, because that can put people off wanting to join in things, can't it? I know it used to put me off. And especially if I'd go on to chats and say hello to people and just get completely blanked. because good manners cost nothing. Oh, you're going to have to come with me. I need to top my vape up. Another couple of weeks and I'll be gone. I'll have finished month 2. Smoke-free jacks. Right, you're going to a little bit of twisting while I get the lid off this vape juice. I did not think that I would, I'll be perfectly honest, I didn't think I'd manage to do this. Right. I obviously didn't have enough faith in myself. Right, let's come back in. Oh, green eyes. I hate that too, Kiss. And it happens more than you think. Yeah, well, if I go into a chat like that and I'm blanked, I don't go in again. And I'll unsub. I did it with, I used to like Bjorn Talks, and he's a guy in Norway. And no, chat's ignorant as fuck. You don't even get, you don't get an acknowledgement, thank you, kiss me ass, nothing from the mods, from him. And I just think, oh, whatever. Eternal Flame, it's a smaller group as well. Yes, it is, but sometimes again a smaller group can you might think that you're intruding on a close group of friends, which we all are. We've all become very close friends, haven't we? But it's not a closed off group, is it? Pot Job. I know when I first started coming in here, everyone was really nice, chatty and helpful. I know, and they didn't know who you were then, did they? Nobody knew. Even I acted like you were new. Just shows what lovely people they all are. Thank you, Eternal Flame. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Mercury. Yeah. Do you know what I did the other day? I took the dog for a walk, and like Porky was telling me, it's about breaking habits. It's not just a nicotine addiction, it's breaking the habit of when you smoke. And my real go-to smoking times were always walking the dog. If I was riding one of the horses, I'd have a fag hanging out my mouth. How professional and classy. And driving. And if I was, say, driving to Porky's, I'd have a load of fags rolled, sitting at the side of me so I could smoke them as I was going. And I used to say, the drive to his house would be like a 4-fag drive. So it's those habits, and that's why I wanted a small, like a pen vape thing, so it was easy for me to hold, like a cigarette. And I took the dog out for a walk, and I totally forgot to take my vape. I didn't even think to run around and pick it up. I just went out of the house, and I'd done my whole walk, and then I suddenly thought, oh, I didn't bring my vape with me. So I think the habit's going as well. Pork chop. I usually only had a smoke after sex, and I used to be a 40 a day man. What do you mean used to? Ba-dum-ching. Yeah, that's another time when you need a fag in it. If you've spent a good hour bumping uglies, you do tend to reach for the old fagaroonies. No, you don't smoke, but you drag on your vape like it's going out of fashion and your life depends on it. Tell the truth. I was telling him before in chats about your green eyes, pork chop, not your wingman green eyes. Yes. Yeah, I'm not denying that I puff on it. What I'm saying is, never mind, you know what I was saying. But anyway, yeah, because Frida was saying my eyes look green on my photo, and I said they kind of change a bit. You're going to get a shock tomorrow, love, when you see me tresses. I've managed to get the last of that dark blonde tint. Well, it wasn't even a tint. It was supposed to be a toner that ended up more as a permanent dye. It's out. I'm a different colour. Leave my green eyes alone. What happens between two consenting adults? Oh, wait, my actual eyes. Yes, your actual eyes. Yeah, because Frida was saying on my photo, she said, oh, my eyes look green on that. And I said, well, yeah, they just change colour. Sometimes they look green, sometimes they look blue, or rather bluey green, and sometimes they look blue. But I said, you actually have got very green eyes. You've got Irish eyes, but they're a lovely colour of green. Don't you be laughing and making him, encouraging him, green eyes. So yeah, it's just a pity Frida's just gone, else I would have highlighted your content so that she could see your eyes better off your photo. Has anything of any significance happened, green eyes? Now I'm talking to the green eyes, not pork chop green eyes. Just wondering if the clapback's going to plan. Oh, I'll tell you what I was going to ask. I asked Porky this the other day and he hadn't. Have any of you been to a radizio? You know, the Brazilian eateries? No, just giving background on how that started dragging. Okay. No, she's being very silly. What? It's one of those where you've got that point where you need to just walk away, isn't it? You know, if you realise you're causing that many ripples, and there's a lot of people, you know, really disliking you because of what you're doing, it's just time for just take a step back, give your head a wobble, check yourself. Drag Kelly for 150 hours. Yeah, it probably was because there were like 12 and 14-hour lives going on, weren't there, at the start? And the thing is, I think with that green eyes is that Pot Chop, don't forget, some people actually thrive on drama and shit. And I know, and that's why I'm happy for the, you know, that drama side of things. I'm just so happy I'm not involved in any of it. I don't go into it. I don't watch it. I don't feed into it. I know there's been a bit of, you know, there has been a bit of chatting on here. However, we were all tarred with a brush by that particular person. Apparently, we're all rats, and that went on. But yeah, it's the thing. What it is, Pork Chop, is that these creators who are doing the drama are all monetized, or like AD would say, monetarized, and they've realized that if they're showing drama, it's selling. People are coming in, they're watching, they're paying super chats and so on, they're joining Patreons. So even if there were, I mean, half of these people who cause the drama, they'd cause an argument in an empty room. if they thought that they were going to get the viewers and get the super chats. That's all. That's literally all it's about. Kelly was heading for a nervous breakdown last year. Done with all that rubbish. You're right, Mrs. Mercury. Hello, Sid Viscus. How are you? We are up late. I can take about 5 minutes of dots, then I've had enough and need bleach for my ears. Well, I mean, it was getting, before, you know, we all left there, it was getting very boring because there wasn't actually any content. It just consisted of well, not even live streaming. It was streaming other people's content and just, it wasn't even giving it, you know, reviewing it or giving reactions on it. It just was, yeah, it was very childish and it was very boring. And I was just surprised so many people were still watching. But again, that stopped. It was supposed to be a recovery channel, and it's turned into a dragging channel, and that's it. So yeah, like I said a few months ago, you know, when I started coming away from it all, just, you know, let these channels that are doing this, let them just destroy. They'll implode. Let them destroy themselves and each other, and you know, because this is YouTube for me. Prior to doing these lives, it was where I'd come from. You know, I'd have a couple of free hours of an evening. I'd watch some funny videos. I'd watch a couple of funny chats. I'd watch things like Casper Site. I'd maybe watch a couple of true crime uploads. Watch some investigations. You know, things like that. It was my bit of relaxation, and it was getting to the point where I was getting so wound up, and that's not what I want to do with me free time. I'd rather have a bit of a laugh and a joke, and maybe these people will realise this at some point. Maybe when the money starts to dry up. But yeah, root of all evil. How are you feeling anyway, Sid? Are you feeling any better? I'm hoping that you're on the road to recovery. Pork chop. She just needs to wipe her chin every now and then as the verbal diarrhea dribbles down it. Don't mention her, and her fire has no oxygen or fuel. That's it. That's it. As Green Eyes just said, 100%. It's also petty and childish. You wouldn't think these were adults. I know. Portland Woman and Natasha Cooper. Yeah, Eternal Flame. You're right. You're right. Because I'll be perfectly honest, if somebody came in here now and said, oh my God, there's this channel called, right, I'm going to use you, Eternal Flame, don't take offence. Eternal Flame's got a channel going and she's absolutely slating you. She's saying your content's shit, your subs are all cack, all your mods are arseholes, you're a boring cow, you're an ugly bitch, your hair's a mess. I'd just go, all right. Anyway, should we carry on talking about Vikings? I wouldn't run over there to see what somebody is saying about me because you're not going to feel, doesn't matter whether you care or not, hearing negativity about your own self makes you feel bad. You know, as much as you say you're not bothered. So I just would rather, I genuinely am not bothered enough to ever want to go and look. That's just me though. You know, not everybody is the same. Some people do want to know what people, like Kelly came close to that breakdown because she couldn't stop watching the channels that had things to say about her. And she just needed to have a break from YouTube, go away, do things, get yourself together, get yourself in a better place, come back and enjoy yourself. Oh, Sid, oh no. Still feel shit, but I live, hopefully. Did another test, still positive. Good grief. Or do a clap back thing. Yeah. Oh, how long You see, I thought people were only staying positive for like a few little days, 3 days or so. But this been over a week with you, hasn't? Was it last Wednesday? You come down with it. $10, bloody hell. Oh, that's not good. I always wondered, if I got the big C, if I'd be worried about like touching things. But they say it doesn't live very long on stuff. But I think I'd probably be going through bottles and bottles of bleach, just and Dettol, and just wiping every single surface and throwing clothes away and things and getting a bit paranoid. Pork chop, is it just you in the house who's infected, Sid? Oh, you've just reminded me of something, pork chop. You know how Cooper wasn't well last week? And do you guys all remember when I came online on Saturday morning because he was poorly? And I said he'd gaffed up a bit, and then later on that day, he'd had the squits. Well, they'd been told that there had been a variant of gastroenteritis going round locally, not just in this village, but in the general area for a couple of miles radius. I bumped into somebody the other day with the dog. Now, she's a nurse, okay? Bumped into her. She's got a couple of dogs. And obviously, because he's been a bit unwell, I thought just in case he's, although he's back to normal and he's eating fine, I thought just in case he's carrying any germs, I'll not let him go running up to her dogs like he normally does. Her dogs are on lead. So I shouted him back. He was very upset that he couldn't say hello to Dottie and Wilf. Anyway, I got him on his lead and she said, "Oh, is everything all right?" I said, "Yeah, he's just been a little bit off colour." And I said, "I don't know if you've heard, blah, 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 these dogs getting ill." I said, although he was just like that for 24 hours, I said, maybe 48, he still wasn't quite right, but he's getting better. And she said, I said, "It's supposed to be this gastroenteritis." She went, "Well, I've heard it's a form of COVID that dogs are getting. It's like a variant of COVID." And those were the symptoms. And I meant to look it up online and didn't. But I did give myself a lateral flow test just in case, and I haven't got it. So, but I don't know if it would be, say, if a dog had COVID, because I know they have had cases of dogs with COVID. Is it transferable back to humans? Because the dogs must have caught it from humans, or unless it's just a mutation of the virus. I don't know. Don't know what anybody thinks about that. Or Green Eyes, in your medical professional opinion. Oh gosh. Oh, Nancy tested positive. Oh, thank God she's not got any symptoms then, Sid. Oh yes, Pork Chops just said, is it possible you're reinfecting each other? Australia have officially said to treat it as the flu. That's after they have caused hundreds of people to end their lives. Oh, for God's sake, you're joking me. Eternal Flame. Oh, yep, I heard the same. Is that to Green Eyes or to me about the dog COVID? Eternal. Sorry, because your answer came in straight after Green Eyes. Dunno, Porky. Yeah, I don't know if it, because you would think that you'd build up some resistance, wouldn't you? If you've caught it, because I suppose like the flu, once it's run, it's run out of steam, if you will. It's not, you don't keep catching the flu, and if you all catch it in the same household, then once you've all had it and you know, it's run to its natural conclusion in each person, you're not catching it again because you now have a little bit of resistance. But I don't know if that's how it works. Oh, so the dog COVID, right? Don't think they can pass it on to humans. So, right, you see, I hadn't heard any of this, but as I said, this came from a nurse. So I'm wondering whether my little boy had a bit of the COVID. Some illnesses can become stronger if they're continually fed. Right. Sid, it's been a disgrace all along. Yeah, yeah, they certainly are, Sid. I think, like Australia, they're probably from, well, I stand to be corrected because I don't really follow the news as such, but from what I have seen, Australia, it's like a bloody dictatorship as far as the Rona goes. And I would say, in my opinion, from those that I've seen, it's probably the most or restrictive restrictions. The only other one I saw that was on a par right at the start in 2020 was South Africa. Because if you remember, they stopped you from you couldn't buy cigarettes or alcohol. I mean, the two things that you're going to rely on when you're in lockdown and are stuck at home. But yeah, alcohol was banned, the sales of it. Oh, is New Zealand worse? Said I didn't know that. It's Mrs. Mercury. My daughter's son-in-law, granddaughter, and youngest grandson had it, but my middle grandson and I never got it. And I'm sharing a bed with the little one. You were worse than Korea, Green Eyes. Yeah, it certainly looked like it. Well, that's it, Mrs. Mercury. I had been in close contact, over the last 2 years with people on, I think it was 3 occasions within a matter of a day or two of them getting COVID, and a couple of them got it badly, and I never did. Never got it. But as I said before, I think I got it in the initial stages back in December 2019. I had all the symptoms of it. It was an unknown virus. Everybody came down with it round here. Since one of my friends got the same thing that I did, she still has not got her sense of smell or taste back. Now, this is 2 years on. We had the same thing. We came down with it, within 24 hours of each other, but I've not been ill since. No, and I'm not either, Green Eyes. Well, like everybody was saying, it's the first year that, what's happened to flu? We get green eyes and flu vanishes off the face of the earth after all these hundreds upon hundreds of years or thousands of years. So yeah, but they are doing tests now, aren't they, on people that they say have developed a permanent immunity. I'm wondering if I might be one of those, and Mrs. Mercury, you may be another. And I wonder if it would be, in fact, here we go. I'll just ask a question. Mrs. Mercury, do you know if you are positive or like a rhesus positive or rhesus negative blood type? Because I'm rhesus negative. And I've been wondering because a lot of people I've spoken to who are negative haven't had it or haven't caught it. I suppose it's not to say I couldn't carry it if I'm immune to it. Oh, you don't know your blood group. Okay. I just thought I'd ask. Just throw it out there. Probably wrong. Somebody will come in and say that they've had it and that they're negative, and that'll throw my theory out the window. Oh, well, so long as Nancy doesn't doesn't get any symptoms, I think that's the main thing, isn't it, Sid? And so long as you don't get any worse, you've just got it lingering there. Keep meaning to ask. Eternal Flame. I said that about my hubby and mother-in-law. They both had bad throats, bad headaches. They said it felt different than a normal cold. Yeah, well, I was ill for 3 days. Change of subject. Did anyone see a couple of 100 birds died and dropped out of the sky up the road from me in Pembrokeshire? No, I didn't. But there is cases of avian flu at the moment, Sid. Although they've been keeping that quite quiet. O positive, and you've never had it, but you're vaccinated, aren't you, as well? This was the thing about, sorry, what I should have stipulated was unvaccinated rhesus negatives. You are a true man of these islands, aren't you, with that blood type, Porky? Oh, all at once. Oh, right. Gosh, I wonder what that was over. Yeah, well, you can't get away with it with an O positive blood group, love. You am, I'm proud. It's funny because my sister and I have got different blood groups. She's got the same as my mum and I've got the same as my dad. I've done lateral flow tests and all negative. I've had 2 jabs, just need the booster. Ah, okay. Yeah, it is scary, Eternal Flame, isn't it? The poor birds. Well, trying to find out more, but it seems strange. That happened. Oh God, was it? Got to think now. That was about, there is a video of it on YouTube, and it happened in this country. I'm going to go for 3 years ago. And people were wondering if it was something to do with the, the telephone masts. They'd put these new for the 5G, I think. And they were saying that it was something to do with them, with that. If you do a Google search, Google search or a search on YouTube and see if you can find it about the birds, mass bird deaths and 5G masts. And I can't remember if there was something like they were either sparrows or starlings, I think. But yeah, and it was showing, they were videoing all these birds like dead all over the floor. And that was like a massive flock all at once. So I wonder whether that's the same thing. Sid, the long COVID, there's lots of research papers out there. Well, we've got poor Raven with it, haven't we, Green Eyes, with the long COVID? Oh, yeah. Well, if you find it, Eternal Flame, let us know. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that's what I saw, and I'm sure it was something to do with 5G. Mrs. Mercury, yes, I remember people saying that was why birds were dying and using lockdown to install the 5G. Yeah. Yeah, I knew it had something to do with this 5G thing, but I can't remember exactly where these birds were. Do you know, I feel like saying something like Norfolk or somewhere, but I'm probably wrong. I'm maybe imagining that. I've just got visions here. Porky will be on Googling like buggery trying to find it. But yeah, there were people out with the mobile phones videoing it, just saying this was really, really weird. And like I said, I'm positive it was to do with a 5G mast. I mean, it could be anything, couldn't it? Porky's digging a hole. You dig your hole, love. Don't you worry. Eternal Flame's going looking for it. Could be. That's where Bernard Matthews had his turkeys. Yeah, I just cannot remember where it was. And I think, I don't know why, I'm thinking it was outside a pub. All I can remember is seeing this video and these birds everywhere. But yeah, but I do know at the moment there are cases of avian flu in certain parts of the country. Because there's a bit, we took Cooper for a walk a couple of weeks ago, and we were going down to a lake. And as we got there, it was all taped off, and that was saying that, you know, this particular area was closed because of cases of avian flu, and not to go near any of the waterfowl that were there. Yeah, there's a lot of dodgy things that we don't know. I mean, God, you'll remember when we had the foot and mouth outbreak. I mean, that was awful. I was going up to Scotland that year, and I remember driving through this particular area in the lowlands, where a lot of cattle, more cattle than sheep actually, and there were a few of us in the car, and nobody said a word because we were driving past fields where there were bonfires, you know, with the cattle, and I was just like, oh, this is so sad. Having said that, though, it did make me rather hungry because it smelt bloody gorgeous. It wasn't like decaying bodies, it just smelt like the best barbecue ever. And then I felt really guilty because I was like, God, I could murder a bloody burger right now. That's just me, Miss Meat Eater. Biblical predictions, plagues and pestilence. Yeah, you're probably right there, Mrs. Mercury. We don't know, do we? End times. Yeah, swine flu as well, eternal flame. My niece caught that. Flipping swine flu. Oh, and actually, thinking about it, I forgot. My dad, well, she's now his ex-wife, she caught it. She caught the swine flu. So many animals slaughtered due to a false model, just like the Rona. Yeah, yeah, it was so bad. And I remember at the time, because anyone with horses, they weren't allowed when when the foot and mouth was going on. Horses weren't allowed off the yards. And I remember that the farm next to where we were, where I had my horses, that came down with foot and, you know, the sheep on there, they were tested positive for foot and mouth. And we were all like, oh my God, do you think they're going to try and come and put the horses down because of the foot and mouth? And I'll be honest with you, I was prepared to get a shotgun and stop anybody coming near the horses, but they didn't. It's just that we, you know, you basically were had to stay on the property. You were not allowed to go off riding or anything like that. Got it in China when I went to pick a patient up. Never been as sick in my life. Oh no. My sister and I was talking about mad cow disease. Forgotten about that. She nursed people with CJD and said it was a horrible death. What now? I can never remember. Is it Creutzfeldt-Jakob's disease? Is it? Lamb Chop had swine flu when she was 6 weeks old. Whiston Hospital kept sending her home with bronchitis. Alder Hay recognised it after I wanted a second opinion. Flipping heck. Do you know what? It was Whiston, it was our Georgia, Porky. And she, oh God, I can't remember how old she was. She was only little. I think she was about, oh God, hang on a minute. She was only about 4, I think, at the time. She was 3 or 4 anyway, but yeah, she got it. But yeah, Whiston Hospital, the shit. that is where my sister had actually gave birth to Georgia, and she nearly died. My sister, not Georgia. Yeah, very, very bad aftercare at that hospital. It's crap. I think the only hospital I'd say is probably worse than that is Wigan. Mrs. Mercury still cannot give blood in Australia due to CJD. If you've been in the UK, yeah, you just don't hear about it anymore, do you? I'll tell you the other one as well that people don't really pay a lot of heed to is Lyme's disease, and I have to carry a card because, well, obviously when I'm out on site, because I work out of doors, we carry a card that if we are admitted to hospital suffering from any of these particular symptoms, that they are to test us for that, because I am an I work in the field, because the untreated or undiagnosed Lyme disease, the repercussions of that are terrible, absolutely dreadful, and you get that off a flipping tick bite. It amazes me how things disappear or are forgotten about. That, yeah, because there's always something else more deadly or more dangerous or more infectious, and government's always jumping onto something new, aren't they? Let's jump in a new direction. Lyme disease contagious? No, it's not. You get it from you get it from a tick. Usually the ticks have been on deer, and you'll pick a tick up. Oh, don't worry, Green Eyes. I can read fluent. I'm used to you and Cassius. I now read fluent typo, as you all do when I get going. But yeah, so the ticks are actually, they're carrying it, and when they bite you, they pass on um, the Lyme disease into your bloodstream, and you, not all the time, but usually the first sign of it, you get a bullseye round the bite location. But some people end up with like liver failure, kidney failure, um, dreadful side effects of it. Chronic fatigue, and this they've got it for life. Doctors still don't recognise Lyme disease in Australia, don't they? And I'm presuming Lyme disease is there in Australia, is it? It's not just over here, or in Europe, I should say. I'd probably guess not, because obviously cattle and sheep ended up in Australia from somewhere, didn't they? Yes, Mrs. Mercury, it's very, very serious if you get it. But that's why I have to carry a card, because it can be misdiagnosed. Like Porky was saying, misdiagnosis of swine flu. I mean, and that could have been fatal for a 6-week-old baby. But yeah, misdiagnosing or failing to diagnose Lyme's disease, yeah, it can have the repercussions are not good. Yeah, there's lots of scary things you can catch. I'm back, but holding my breath. Wi-Fi giving me a headache. Oh gosh, have you been off through the Wi-Fi all this time, Rain Dancer? You're not in a storm at the moment, are you? Sorry about that. I was just checking. It looked like somebody was going to block me in the street. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, well, that's okay then. I was just wondering because Cassius has been having issues with his connection because of the weather. Hi, Lady Witch. No, I haven't. Have you sent it to my Kiss My Axe one? Oh, sorry about this. I'm just going to mute for a second. My neighbours are coming in and Keeper's gone on dog alert. Just one sec. Hi, sorry about that. It was just advising me and everybody in the street that somebody is going into the next door house. Yeah, some people, I think Mrs. Mercury had issues with it, Lady Witch. For some reason, her email, was it that your email wouldn't recognise my email, Mrs. Mercury? I'll tell you what I'll do. I will, when I finish this live, I will WhatsApp Green Eyes Mike, because she's got your WhatsApp, hasn't she? I'll WhatsApp an alternative email address to Green Eyes if you don't mind passing it on to Lady Witch. Is that all right, Green Eyes, if I do it that way? Yeah, it kept sending it back. Yeah, Mrs. Mercury had issues with it. So I'll do that. I've got a Gmail email address and I'll send that to Green Eyes, and then hopefully, if that's okay, she can pass it on to you. Oh, thanks, sweets. I'll do it because I'll forget otherwise. I'll end up going off on my little journey with Porky and forget all about it. Yeah, because we've got your encounter to discuss, haven't we? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do, Lady Witch, because obviously everybody enjoyed themselves last night. Because I'm going to be MIA for a few days. When I come back in towards the end of next week. Yeah, no problem. I promise you I'll do it when I finish tonight. Well, when I come back online at the end of next week, we're gonna do you can have another incognito night, but we're gonna do Viking feast night. So we're gonna treat it like we're having a Viking feast. I'll talk about kind of how a Viking feast went, what they had. I said I'll act as the Skald who will tell a few stories and a bit of legends, and you can be silly again and watch me have another breakdown online live. So we'll do that, and then I'll do your story, or we could even do your story that night if we manage to get it sorted before then. I can tell it in the Skaldic way. Why not put out the recipes so people can actually make these things for the night? Oh, yeah. Although we weren't really going to do what I'd meant was we were gonna talk about them, but we were gonna act like we were having a feast. So we're a load of Vikings sitting in a feast and, having the chat and the banter and the storytelling like the Vikings would have done it. But yeah, that works. Could make it a virtual feast. Lady Witch, we're singing from that same pagan hymn sheet again. I love mead so much. There's the Lancashire Mead Company. You need to check that one out, Lady Witch. I don't know. Oh, right. I was going to say they do mail order. However, They don't post to America, but they've teamed up with another company that does. But it's well worth, check them out, the Lancashire Mead Company. All the meads are named after the Norse gods and goddesses. They're great and they're so good. I think a virtual feast sounds good, actually. What could I make? Oh, maybe that would be a night to... Yes, Lancashire. The Lancashire Mead Company, which is over here in the UK, but they've partnered with a company that will post out to America and other foreign countries if people want it. But even if you don't, but if you check out some of the meads, because they tell you what they've put into these different meads, not the exact recipes, obviously, but they give you some real good, really good ideas for things that you would never have thought to put in mead. They do one, actually, I don't know whether they're still doing this or not. They did Sleipnir, and oh my God, and they do a Loki's mead, which is amazing. Odin, yeah, the Scaldi mead is really nice as well. Yeah, there's loads of different types, and they've all got different ingredients. But yeah, you'll get some good ideas, especially if you make your own. Oh, Lancashire hot pot. Oh yeah. Now, Green Eyes, did you ever go to Mitten Hall when you lived over here, out near Worley? And the reason I'm asking you that is my friend Paul, he got married there. It's a very posh place. And I didn't go to the wedding day, but I went to the do at night, and one of the dishes that they'd served up there was Lancashire hot pot. Now, I know a few people were kind of, there was a few snobs there rolling their eyes, but I was like, oh, what a cool idea. Now, I'd only ever made Lancashire hot pot the traditional way. Here, oh man, they used, you can get Worcester sauce, but you can also get Lancashire sauce. So they had this Lancashire sauce in it. And also they'd put, which I would never have put into hot pot, makes sense with it being lamb, but rosemary. And they'd put loads of fresh rosemary in it and this Lancashire sauce. Fucking hell, it was absolutely delicious. It was the nicest hot pot I've ever eaten. And I felt dreadful because my nan used to make the best ever hot pot. But this actually topped it. So that's how I make it now. If I do a proper Lancashire hot pot, I do make my own pastry for the crust. But I've run out now, but a bottle of Lancashire sauce, neck and beans. Neck, yeah, no, I'll pass on the beans. You get good flavour out of neck though, don't you? It's like the other thing as well. My nan used to make her own oxtail soup. It was bloody good, that was. And the smell, because she's boiling the oxtails up. The smell in the house was amazing. Actually, do you know what? I feel like making that. I've not made oxtail soup for years. I think Porky's going to be getting a treat or two coming up. My good old Lancashire hot pot and homemade oxtail soup. The other one as well, Green Eyes, pea and ham shank soup. Can't beat that either on a cold day. Yeah, my mum did too. Not keen on oxtail soup. Oh, I love oxtail soup. Sorry, guys and gals, we're talking Lancashire cookery now. Well, Mrs. Mercury, you'll know all of these, won't you, being from Salford? Good bit of Lancashire hot pot. You still make pea and ham soup. Now, do you do it with a ham shank, though? It's really weird because the only place that I've managed to get hold of ham shanks is Asda, believe it or not. Can only get split green dried peas here, not full dried peas. Oh, right. Can you still buy oxtails? Yes, you can. But again, that was something you couldn't buy for a long time because of the foot and mouth, wasn't it? Was it the foot and mouth? Oh, no, it wasn't. Sorry, not foot and mouth. That was because of the mad cow disease. Because of, wasn't it retained, or the disease was retained in the spinal cord, I think. So obviously because of the tail, but yeah, you can get it now. You can get it locally to me anyway. Well, you'll have to check out Green Eyes if you're allowed to import dried whole peas. Yeah, I had them all. Not now. Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry, I forgot you were a vegetarian. Craving pearl barley the other day. Oh, now I always used to put pearl barley if I made a proper Irish stew. Pearl barley would go into that. Oh, right. Well, when you remember finally to send me your address for these tests, I'll put you in a couple of boxes of whole peas and all. It's like the black peas as well, but my nan used to make a meal up out of those. You know, like most places, if you buy black peas round on Halloween or bonfire night, and you get your little tub of them, and you put loads of vinegar and salt on them. But what my nan used to do, instead of just boiling them up in water, she used to put like a stock cube in, you know, whether it was chicken or beef or lamb or what have you. So she'd stick a stock cube in it, but then she would also put very, very finely chopped, I suppose you could grate it, onion in it. And she'd also put very finely chopped carrot into the, you know, as the peas are cooking up and going mushy. So it was like a meal in one. It was great. Oh, Scotch broth with pearl barley, yes. Now you're talking. I do like a good Irish stew, though. Can you guys please excuse me for 1 second because I desperately need the toilet. I'm just going to powder my nose and I will be right back. Please feel free to chat amongst yourselves. Ooh. Right, I am back. What have I missed? Irish stew. In the name of the Lord. The old ones are the best. What makes an Irish stew different from normal stew? They make it backwards. I tell you what, you lot, you're doing really well, considering it's so late. Well, not late for Green Eyes, but yeah, the jokes are coming thick and fast. Now, I was trying to think. Where you've told me whereabouts you are before Eternal Flame, and I can't remember. Don't dox yourself. You're Yorkshire, aren't you? Over Yorkshire way. Because I was going to say, what would you say would be, if you had to pick a dish for your county, for Yorkshire, what would you say it was? Because obviously we've just been on about, Lancashire hot pot. You can't get more Lancashire than that. But I was trying to think what would be the Yorkshire dish. You'll probably say it and I'll go, oh God, yeah, never thought of that. Yeah, West Yorkshire. Yeah, oh, you're not that far away from me, really, are you? But yeah, yes, Lady Witch Food has entered the chat, shortly to be followed by... We know what comes next. Oh God, Green. Yeah, I never thought of that. Bloody, how thick am I? Yorkshire puddings. All right, so we've got Yorkshire puds, but what as a meal? I'll give you that one. Yeah, because you're right, and I just was too thick to realise it. We await Porky for the smut. Yeah, well, he's busy. He's playing his game. Yeah, you've got Yorkshire pudding as well. But as an actual dish, rather than a Yorkshire pudding, is like a dish. Like you've got Lancashire hot pot, and you have like different meals in different regions. I'm now trying to think, and I've drawn a blank. Yeah, or like Liverpool, you've got scouse, haven't you? Or what they call lobbies, if you come a little bit further inland. But yeah, I'm trying to think. As Yorkshire got something it's very famous for? See, Scotland's got loads of things. You've got like your square sausage, lawn sausage, white pudding, clooty dumpling, haggis. I could go on, and obviously single malt. I don't know. Pork pie, mushy peas is popular. Okay. I think pork pie and mushy peas is popular wherever you go, though, isn't it? Right, here you go. Have any of you been to, any of the pie and mash shops down in London? Where they do the eels. But you have pie and mash. And my friend took me to this one, and she said it's like the best one ever. And I was like, no way I'm eating eels. So she said, no, we just go for pie and mash. And she ordered it, and it came out, and she said, we have it with liquor. And I'm like, what? And it's the sauce that they put on it, and it's like this parsley sauce with this white watery shite that goes all over it. And I'm thinking, fuck's sake, if you're going to have pie and mash, at least have like proper gravy on it. What exactly are mushy peas? Do you literally squish the peas? Do you know, I should send you a tin of them, Lady Witch. If you have a chippy tea over here, So the chip shop, so it's fish, chips and mushy peas. They're like boiled down and cooked down until they do go mushy. They start to fall apart. So they end up in a bit of like a nice green mushy sauce. Love mushy peas. If I have a pie, I've always got to have mushy peas with it. And it's weird because I don't like normal garden peas. I'll go for the mushies every day. And that's funny because Porky was telling me, because I like mushy peas but not proper peas, and his daughter likes proper peas but not mushy peas. Well, I'll be honest with you, Green Eyes. Have you tried Harry Ramsden's because obviously they're like the chippy place, aren't they? Harry Ramsden's now do tinned mushy peas, and they actually are really, really nice mushy peas. Vinegar in mush. Oh, I put vinegar on everything. Eternal Flame. If I were to cook myself fish, chips, and mushy peas, I'd use probably half a bottle of vinegar on it. It's got to be drenched in it. What were you eating there? Come here. Give me that. Give it to me. I'll give you a treat. Give it to me for a treat. Give it mummy. Come here. Give it mummy for a treat. Come on. Give it mummy for a treat. Sorry about this. The dog's got hold of a piece of plastic. I've just taken it off him. I'll be right back because I promised him a treat if he gave it to me. Come on for a treat. Good boy. Daddy got a good boy. What a good lad. He's a little bugger, this dog. Does anybody else's dog do this? If he's wanting a treat, because he knows he's going to get a treat, if he wants a treat, what he'll do is he'll go and find something he knows he shouldn't have. And instead of just, having a bit of a covert chew on it, he brings it to me, shows it me, and when I put my hand out, he turns his head away. And I'll try and get it out and he'll turn his head away. And the only time he'll give it me is if I say, give it mummy for a treat. Then he'll give it to me. Little bugger. But not regular peas. They're the bigger ones. Like what you use for wasabi peas, a different texture. I've not tried wasabi peas. I don't know what they are. Lady Witch. Don't they use marifat peas to make mushy peas? I don't like food. If there was a pill instead of having to eat, that would do me. Yes, it is marifat peas rather than garden peas. Because the marifats are the big chunky peas, aren't they? And they're softer as well. They don't have as hard an outer than as garden peas, do they? And I think garden peas are smaller, harder and sweeter. A bit like myself. Come here, you. Come here, you, and stop your barking. Thank you. You're a good boy. Oh, thanks for answering that, Eternal Flame, because I wouldn't have known that. Because I didn't know what wasabi peas were. So, I'm thinking that be quiet now. Be quiet. I can see what you're going to do. Stop it. Little monkey. I'm getting stared at. Like he's trying to, by the power of his mind, he's going to get a message into my brain. It doesn't work like that, fella. I don't speak dog. Okay? Right? Good boy. He's just, honest to God, this dog, he's very clever, but he can't half look gormless at times. He's staring at me with his head cocked to one side, standing right in front of me with his tail wagging, like I'm supposed to know what I'm supposed to do. What? I'm running alive. We have guests. I'm chatting. Come and sit down with me. Come on. No, he's a good boy. He's hard work, but I love this dog. Right, ladies, I'm going to bed now. Have a good evening. Yeah, I've actually gone an hour longer than I said I would, Mrs. Mercury. So, oh, there's Cooper. Maybe that's why he's looking at me. He's thinking, Mummy, it's past your bedtime. Yeah, so I think, as Mrs. Mercury's just mentioned, that as much as I'm loving chatting to everyone as always, I think I'll call it a night myself. Because I've got quite a bit to sort out tomorrow before we go on our road trip on Monday, including sorting this little fella out, because he's going to go to his Auntie Laura's for a little holiday for 3 days, aren't you? Yes. So, thank you once again for everybody coming in. I'm sorry, Lady Witch, because you've not been in that long before. I'm about to do a runner. I will send, as I finish this now, I'll send my email over to Green Eyes, and then if she passes it on to you, we can get sorted for your story, because I'm really dying to look at it. I did keep Cooper, stop it. I did keep checking my email just in case you'd sent something over. So I think it's probably got lost in the air. Right, okay. Night all then. Hope you and Porky have a good break. Thank you, Green Eyes. I'm sure we will. Thanks, Eternal Flame. And I will see you all at the back end of next week. And yeah, everybody look after yourselves. No, I won't, Lady Witch. I'll try not to anyway. I'll try not to break Porky. And I did say try. Okay. Right. So on that note, look after yourselves. If anything happens while I'm away, feel free to send me a text message. You know the number. And I'll catch you all next week. So I will not say bright side and kiss you and go, see you all in a week's time. Night, everybody. Much love.